Why, hello there, universe. Happy day of the week to you. I'm tired. You might be as well. Hopefully, you're not too tired, though, and that you can enjoy this lovely day of the week, which is certainly a day of the week. And I didn't forget what it is. It's Wednesday, I think. I missed Monday, so everything's really thrown off for me. Normally, when I say happy day of the week, it's because I sometimes lose track of time, unless I have things like planned out. If it's not on my Google Calendar, I'm forgetting about it. Non-negotiable. Oh, I forgot we set up those arcane drive units and we're going to do the Helvetica scenarios. There's quite a bit to do today. Looks like a new science pack on our horizon. A pretty expensive one at that. But I think primarily we're going to need to look at this forbidden ziggurat, breaking our cube down and then folding it back later on. So it looks like we're only going to need one of the forbidden ziggurats at least. We don't need to have multiple of them, which is something because they're very, very expensive. The science pack itself, however, honestly, it's not bad. I wonder how many more science packs we have. Because basic antimatter units like the Apex, then we're getting pretty close. Maybe it's not because it's only basic antimatter, so there might be sophisticated antimatter as well. We'll have to see once we get those science packs cut through. Right, so I left some notes for myself. Bulk frame has been there for a few sessions, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to it, because I don't think our power really needs it. If I'm being fully honest at this point, I don't think our accumulators... Oh, I guess they do actually drop a little bit when things are running, but they never run out. I think this building actually might take a pretty tremendous amount of power. 4.0 gigawatts. That is actually kind of crazy. Maybe we'll make some bulk frames. So our accumulator will dip a little bit whenever a machine is running because it's a little above our capacity. Alternatively, I could turn on the rest of the nuclear reactor as well. I don't remember what the bulk frame recipe is. Oh, I think my Factorio's audio is low. I think I lowered it yesterday. I don't quite remember though, but I'm pretty sure I did. Alright, so let's look at the bulk frame recipe, see how much it stores, see if it's worth looking into. It could be, but again, I have the entire nuclear reactor set up. I could just turn on the rest of it. I just need to go borrow the cube for a second once it's reformed, which should be pretty quick. Alright, energy bulk flame has 1 gigajoule. Okay. Wait, isn't that like a lot? Hold on. How much is the accumulator? Heck yeah, it's a lot. Jiminy Christmas, is it expensive? Not really. Maybe I will craft a few of those instead. I mean, it's a lot of power it's going to take. We're not going to need to maintain it running all the time or anything, but it's going to be a lot of power regardless once we turn on that Forbidden Ziggurat. So I think it's probably a good... idea. Wow, I'm really surprised that this got so one-sided. We are about 80k or 116k behind on Despair when they're made evenly. Now I can start using Bottled Euphoria a little bit more. There are a few recipes to my memory that use it, which we should probably start implementing. Euphoric Release is probably the main one we're going to do, just so we can kind of balance out the amounts there. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it kind of is, because it is going to stall out here if we don't fix it, like right now. I guess not right now, but whenever it comes back around here. Let me look at a chem plant really quick. We'll go into map mode. This should be pretty easy to set up really quickly. The idea is we'll just have a chem plant that'll output steam. Is there a steam lane near here is the question. I don't think so, but the pipes are everywhere now, to be honest. Except steam, apparently, which does not exist anywhere. Let's put you over here for now. Very simply, we can set up a combinator. Can we set up a combinator that checks just one is higher than the other? I think we actually can, right? Maybe not. No, we totally can. I don't think I've ever used it like this before, but can we not just do joy is greater than despair? Is that not like just like it? I didn't actually think about using a combinator for that. I've always thought about using values rather than comparing two things. Very interesting. I swear Ultra Cube has had me grow a pretty crazy amount when it comes to this playthrough. So we will do output. I guess we'll do this one here, the Euphoric Release. I don't want to make it too crazy. I guess we could technically use an arithmetic combinator to have it be like 50% more or something. But they're made evenly, so it's gonna get them both up to 150k like this. So I think it's probably worth doing now. This recipe is just the Bottled Euphoria, and so what we'll do is we will turn this around here. We'll have a green cable go along this wire here, and we'll have those be red. Cool, they're not being double red or anything. Perfect. So now they should be reading that this is higher than that. Therefore, we will output that symbol. Whoops. That should be fine. We're not using that symbol for anything else. Enable, disable, and we'll base it on the Euphoria is equal to 1. And if it's equal to 1, it'll turn on. Perfect. Very simple. Something we need to deal with is a inserter here for the Besselheim flasks. And I don't know... It looks like our Besselheim flask line is right here. This build is a little bit tight, I remember. It's been a little bit, though. So we should be able to have it go like that, and then simply have it so that the steam outputs somewhere as well. We'll grab a pipe. Let's go see if we can find steam together, you and I. Like, steam is really heavily used up here, so I'm sure there's a steam pipe somewhere around here. There's a steam pipe right there. Perfect. How far away are we from where we need to be? Needs to come down here. I might be able to drag the steam down. It looks like it goes down here on its own. I think I can drag it down. Oh god, what a pain. I just want to plug it in. There's steam on the right. Over here, there might be steam over here, actually. Yeah, there's steam over here. I think we'll just have it go out rightward. It's gonna be a little bit simpler for our purposes here. Can a pipe go over this big old building? Short answer, no. Long answer, nope. Unfortunately not. Hey Fabian, good to see ya. How are you doing today? I hope well. Is this like the most Factorio OST track of all time though? Maybe that's a little bit presumptuous. When I think of Factorio, this song definitely comes up. Okay, so where is that steam I want to pull from? Looks like it's over here. So I'm willing to bet that pulling this, I'm going to need to spend a little bit of time putting down a pump. I'd be surprised if not. I mean, it'd be nice. It'd save me some trouble. Oh, we're even further down than I think. I keep thinking we're like basically there. If I can, I'll bring it across here for the sake of simplicity. That looks good. Get rid of that pipe there. Or not pipe, rail. I swear I know the difference between pipes and rails. You gotta believe me. I don't think that trains run on pipes. Maybe. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm bluffing. I'm so tired. I need to finally, like, start sleeping well again one day. It'll happen eventually. Probably. Hopefully. I don't want to be too optimistic and then never sleep well again. Really got to prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. Cool. So that should be steam. I'm willing to bet it's going to... Actually, I should probably pump anyways, realistically here, because we don't want the steam going in here literally at all. So I'm going to just set up a pump preemptively, which is inside of the substation. I forgot we put this monstrosity down here. Okay, so I need to lower the priority of this machine, clearly. I mean, it should eventually kind of back up a little bit, but it's running it as like a very, very high priority, and I forgot that I had set it like that just to make sure that it ran. So this should be running basically all the time. We've done 1,000 arcane drive units, which is pretty cool, at 68 hours, 11 minutes, and 57 seconds. I almost said 55 seconds, which would not be quite accurate. Great, so we have excess steam going out here. How much does consume per second? 0.5. So it's 25 per second. I mean, it will make a difference. It's surely you'd want a bunch of these running. I can run some speed mods in here, I suppose. But unfortunately, we're kind of limited on our space here. Let's go over here and see what the train doing. Train priority. I'm a little surprised since the arcane drive units are, I mean, they're higher than a few necessities, but I would have expected the ghost crystals to have gone off by now. I suppose I have it ruled in such a way where ghost crystal doesn't need to go off. Is it backed up? No, because this isn't backed up. So I'm very surprised you didn't get the ghost crystal rule. Did I break the ghost crystal rule somehow? Where is your combinator? And what does it do? Teach me your ways, ghost crystal. Okay. I think I did break the ghost crystal rule, maybe. I see a red wire here and a bunch of red wires here. But do these do anything? These were initially hooked into belts. I mean, these are reading out. But this doesn't output anything. It doesn't, this one especially, this doesn't do anything. They're all plugged into this one. But this is not getting the heart. I think I broke the wiring at some point here. I don't know when that would have been since it's arrived here on its own. Hello, Fire. Good to see you. What in tarnations did I do? I guess you're just not reading literally anything. What's the stop looking for? It's so bizarre. What did I break? When did I break? I think it's a better question, but what did I break? You are looking for, my dear. Down left arrow. That is a brave circuit condition to look for. You did it good. Oh my gosh, free praise, really? In this economy? Thanks. I don't know what I did, but I'm grateful for it. What is... So you're looking for less than 3,000. You output to only here. So there's no way this can be read anymore. Unless I have a down left arrow somewhere else, which I don't think I do. I don't know when this would have happened or why this would have happened. Now it should get the signal, I suppose. I kind of want to just redo the wiring, to be honest. I don't really like it. I mean, there's just a boatload of red wire somewhere. Let's see. Oh, you're getting the condition out. I mean, it's better than nothing, I suppose. But I'm going to redo that. I'll keep down left arrow as the interrupt condition. I just want to remake the circuitry to determine when to come down, because it's not checking for the fluid at all. We need the fluid for a few different things, so I think it's important to fix that. My goodness, where is it? Look how bad our wiring is. Turn off the electric networks. I can't bear to look at it. It's too embarrassing. There we go. So currently our wiring is just this symbol right here, which is simply, we have two of them. One's looking for less than 3K, one's looking for down left arrow less than 12K. Very strange. I don't know what was going on here. I'm going to, I guess, keep this combinator and set up a new one, because whatever this is, it's leaving. It's not relevant now. If it breaks something, I'll fix it later. I'm very unhappy with how this looks. I think it's just a consequence of how things looked before. Wait a minute. You can go back. I think you're actually doing something over here in regards to rerunning that. Whatever, that stuff can stay there, but we're going to remake it either way because it looks pretty bad. Miko is the best compliments, getting tossed out like dollar bill. All right. Honestly, I'll take the compliments either way, even if they're being tossed out like dollar bills at a... All right, so I'm going to make this down left arrow. Very bizarre choice. I wonder why I did that. If this gets down left arrow at 1, and then we'll make it if this gets heart at 1. We'll make an OR condition, then I'll output, I guess, down left arrow as 1. You know, I'm going to change the condition. I don't want it to double read because it's already connected to some red there. We'll do, how about left right arrow? Left right arrow goes crazy, actually, if you think about it. $100 bills? All right, we're talking now. Hold on. You have my attention. All right, cool. So this is getting the respective arrows. Now I can just plug this back in here. This is now putting left right arrow. So now it should be able to come here again. I don't know when I broke it, but... Oh, I was like, where's the train? Let's change that over to left right arrow. Very bizarre. I really don't remember when that broke. I feel like it was running ghost crystals on its own for so long. Very, very strange. Probably just some power pole I moved or something, thinking it wasn't load bearing. Okay, so... Oh my gosh, I love just watching this thing work. I wouldn't say it's my magnum opus, but it may as well be, to be honest. What a cool design. My brain grew 3 sizes that day, which was yesterday. Literally, that was like one of the nerdiest things I've done. I'm like in the car on the way to a doctor's appointment because my roommate was giving me a ride to it. And she's wicked smart. So I was asking her about like circuits and stuff. I was like, I remember we used to talk about movies. Now we're talking about circuits. Oh, I forgot about beacon juice too, which is another thing we want to set up. So that should work now. So let's go ahead and get the beacon juice going. I don't know if we're going to use the beacon juice, but we have such an excess of the fermium, I want to say it is, that's used for beacon juice. Let me see. We can just store it in a container for now. Yeah, it's fermion, spectralite, and water, all of which are very, very, very easy to come by. And we have no water coming down here, but I'm sure we can find some water. Miko's the load-bearing streamer. She keeps Twitch going. That's certainly one of the sentences of all time. I don't know how accurate it is, but it's one of the sentences of all time. What was that made in? I already forgot. Surely it's a chemical plant. How can it not be? I'm gonna just guess it's a chemical plant. Because, like, if it's not a chemical plant, you're making chemicals, so it's gotta be. Chemicals go out of chemical plant. It's literally not a chemical plant, and I can't believe that you thought it was one, to be honest with you. Embarrassing. Obviously, it's a distillery. You don't get beacon juice out of a chemical plant, dummy. It's gotta be a distillery. Beacon juice. So we want fermion conduits, which are very bountiful here. 1 spectralite per activation, which is fairly bountiful regardless, and then water. I don't think we have water anywhere close, unfortunately, so we go into map mode and see if we can figure out where we can potentially nab some. I could grab some from the shore as well, which is an option, but if we have it close-ish, I might just bring it down. It's accurate for me. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Very kind of you. And now we have too much deep core powder, which I did not think was possible, but hopefully the balance is fine. We still have a bunch of coal sitting around, so I imagine it'll be okay. I want the deep core powder to be above the coal and how much we're sitting on. I think I'm going to just go get water of my own and bring it over, because I don't see any nearby. I know that it kind of like stems from up here. Let me turn off the Roboport range too. I don't really like how it looks. There we go. There's a boatload of water going upward, around. It just kind of stops here into nothing, which is cool. Yeah, you know what? We'll just grab our own water from somewhere else. I don't think that'll be an issue. This water also doesn't go anywhere. What the heck do I even use water for anymore? I'm sure these are actually like really important pipes, and I just didn't notice where they were going. We're kind of far away though, aren't we? I guess we're not that far. Do my roboports reach? They do very much, so you'll go ahead and call for an offshore pump. Water, I hardly... True. Honestly, that's so valid. Not pie, we're looking for pipe instead. Cool. And if we bring it over here, it's easy enough to just kind of bring it around the building. Not going to bother trying to bring it through. Plus, if I want to layer this, we don't want to bring it too far apart, so we'll make it go across here. I don't even know if we're going to layer it or not, though. I don't really know what the mod expects. I don't know how close or far we are, to be honest. I have to imagine we're getting, like, close-ish, though. I mean, maybe not. This is my first time doing, like, a mod pack at all, really, meaningfully. I guess I technically did a little bit of warp drive machine with my friends, but that was a whole different experience, and that was many moons ago. Okay, can I fit a long-handed filter inserter here? Because the issue is now that you're completely stuck in here. There's the fermion conduits we need. The spectralite I'm going to bring over easily, but I actually don't know how to get the fermion conduits out. I mean, it might not be that bad. I need to figure... It's got to come out this way. I don't think there's another option, as wasteful as this is. Once we're here, we can bring it across the way. But it's a little bit wasteful until then, which is no big deal. Alright, so we're going to copy this, and we're going to put it like that. I guess we'll put a rule on this, and we'll make it so enable disable. We'll base it on the fermion inside of here, and we'll have it so that it's, as long as it's above 160, is it 160 or 100? I think it's 100 actually, 100. As long as there is over 100, we'll have it run, and if not, it won't run. Hopefully that'll be sufficient for balancing out the numbers there. Sweet, so now I'm going to just put down a requester chest because I'm not going to bring... I mean, it's really not that far away, but I'm still not going to bring it over. Did we go do crystals? Did that happen? Cool, we did. We didn't get much despair out of it, which is a surprise to me. What rule do I have for rerunning the joy and despair? Looks like it's checking heart. It should have run the joy and despair more, unless I have it as ore. It's not that big of a deal that it gubbed up, I suppose. But why did it gub up is what I want to know. Whatever, we'll have to check it out later. It could just be that we use a bunch of it at once, but I'd be very surprised. Maybe we have more tanks of it somewhere. That would make more sense. Anyways, let's get this set up now. We'll do a requester chest here, and then we'll call for that. Remove the Fermion conduit, and then we'll just call for spectrality. And we'll make it 500, I guess. That's probably a good amount to have. And from there, we will just put it into a Sherman tank, I imagine. Some kind of tank. Sherman tank should be sufficient. I don't really know where we're going to use these beacons or whatever, but this is a good way to deal with some of the excess we had. So I figured setting up the beacon juice now wasn't a terrible idea. Cool. We do have 100 or 1500, excuse me, in logistics storage, so it should be fine to bring out. I was pretty confident we had a chest of that somewhere. Spectrally. Yeah, perfect. We do have a chest that's holding a chunk of it, so perfect. We'll have that go. This will be able to fill up passively every now and then and produce some beacon juice. To my understanding, beacons consume beacon juice. Let's see. Consumes 2 units of beacon juice per second to transfer affected modules to nearby friendly entities. A machine affected by more than one beacon will become overloaded and stop working. So you can't double beacon at all. And the distribution efficiency is 0.5. And it takes singularity calibration data. So this is a very, 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 very expensive beacon. And it has less efficiency than normal beacons. And if you put multiple on a machine, the machine breaks. So I don't want to say that they're bad per se, but they're not good. I mean, they're not bad. I'm being a little bit hypercritical of them, admittedly. The distribution efficiency is 0.5. I'm going to make one of them because I'm curious as to what the size is like. So let's go grab, I don't know which of the data is that is. It looks like it's these ones. It's the singularity for sure. So let's grab the singularity data. I guess we'll just grab a stack of them. I want to hear Miko crash out over these beacons. No, it's fine. I don't even like beacons. Beacons are dumb. I didn't want them to work and be cool anyways. I mean, they do have 4 module slots, so they're actually not that different. But they're definitely worse. Because normal beacons are just like better than putting modules in for some reason. So it makes sense that beacons should function like this, but I'm still not happy about it. These are the crystals, yes? Cool. Maybe they have like a humongous size and that makes it fine. Because 2 per second, I mean, I can make way, way, way more than 2 per second, which is why I assume they consume anything at all. Because like, they want to restrict low. I can make 140 per second. I can supply 70 beacons with this, which is a good amount. Beacons can sometimes be cool, I suppose. Usually I forget to set up all my stuff with beacons in mind. We crafted the first beacon. Look at that range on it. Maybe that's normal. Beacons are normally 3x3. It feels so small though. I guess because it's so tall maybe. Maybe we can put prod mods in beacons. Nope, only speed and efficiency. Oh, you know what? Actually, I am going to use this beacon. I thought I couldn't pick it up after I placed it and I was about to lose my mind. I think we'll use it on the forbidden ziggurat in our design. Assuming that we're allowed to do so. Let's test it out now. It'll waste a little bit of beacon juice, but I think it's certainly worth it. This will be a good tell if we can beacon things that cannot normally take modules. This does not seem like it can take modules. So let's go ahead and see if we can plug it in to the beacon juice. Because who doesn't love a nice cup of beacon juice in the morning? I guess. It actually seems kind of gross, which is funny because I'm often like, which science pack do you think tastes good? I don't think beacon juice would taste good. I mean, maybe it would. At the end of the day, it's juice, right? Probably pretty good for you too if you're a beacon specifically, but if you're not a beacon, I feel like some of the value would fall off. Which is kind of rough because I feel like most people are not beacons, but there might be a bigger populace of beacons than I think. So if I put efficiency modules into here, will you stop eating 4.05 gigawatts of power? That is my query to you, Forbidden Ziggurat. If the answer is no, Oh, look at the beacon spinning up. Freaky. I guess it's not that freaky. I think gears and copper sheets would be yummy wummy. I mean, I'd try them. Okay, never mind. Friendship with Beacon has begun. I'm really sorry for being disrespectful to you before. But now that you've taken almost 2 gigawatts off of the, or more than, no, almost 2 gigawatts? Yeah, almost 2 gigawatts off of the Forbidden Ziggurat. You're actually pretty cool now. Sorry for trash talking you that one time. That's actually kind of a blunder on my part. Ooh, I don't think that train could actually hit me, but it still freaked me out. All right, beacon juice is done. That was worth it. The water is a permanent and persistent issue, and I think it's manifesting right now as well. I don't know what to do about this still. I could burn it into steam and we can use it for power, I suppose. That seems like an obvious thing, but we just need to put something in to burn it. And I think the only way we can burn it is with those fuel tanks and with the cube. And we have it running here. Like it's burning water. But is this its own... Why is this water set up its own isolated thing? I don't get it. That explains why the water is all gubbed up. I thought I was burning it, but I don't think it goes pretty much anywhere. How peculiar. I'm gonna have it come up here and set up a pump situation like I had over there. So I think I got rid of my other offshore pumps. So we're going to set up a couple pumps here. I guess one way to do it is like this. And read this tank. I guess reading that tank would actually be fine too. Okay, so pump here, pump here. I think this pump can always stay on. This pump I want to do based on... Heck. I mean, we need a power pole of some kind anyway, so might as well get a few of them down here. Wonderful. Then we can have this pump be based on this over here. Plug that in. Enable, disable, we'll base it on the water contents here, and we'll make it only enable over 5,000, we'll say. Okay, see now I think it should be good. Before version 1.0, the transmission efficiency was 0.5. As a result, all endgame structures look very similar. One machine surrounded by 12 effect distributors. Developers trying to super boring, so they introduced the changes. Oh, I didn't know that. That's super interesting. That is very, very interesting. I'm very much a 2.0 baby. I mean, I played a little bit before 2.0, but I certainly didn't play the game seriously before then. Okay. Water comes out here. I don't have a pump here, which is weird because I was pretty confident that I did. I do have these here as well. Wait, this doesn't connect over to there though, so that didn't actually fix anything for me. Like this actually does go out there, and it does. Never mind. Those can go back. We're still making water somewhere. I know it, because like this isn't pumping anything. This is pumping the excess water. Maybe we just don't consume it fast enough. Let me check the Factoriopedia now that we have it. See if it's using anything. I mean, ethanol. It would technically get used up in beacon juice. I guess that's a tempting option, but I just hooked it in elsewhere. Maybe I'll change that up and we'll use it for beacon juice. I could just turn it all into wood. What if all the water in the world turned into wood? It's a solid question. I just don't get it. Like, of all the things I've solved, I've figured out, I mean, I've learned circuitry, I've watched videos, I've studied. Like, I've really put in the work here. And yet, I'm being slain by water. It's actually a liquid question. You're actually so right about that. Hold on. Is this pump on? It is. So this is pumping water into here. The water goes into here. Goes along here. It would technically be used here, but this station isn't used anymore. Goes into here. Goes up here. Is this on? Pumps through here. The water goes here. This is disabled. So, unless I'm missing something. Why would this one be disabled too? This one only kicks on. I guess this must be a loop that produces water as well. But like... This is it. Oh... Wait a minute. Was this obfuscated by a tree? Is that all my trouble? Heck. I hate it here. Does it work now? Alright, it was obfuscated by a tree. That does work. Alright, that was admittedly a little silly, but it does explain everything. I think I set up the pumps right this time. It really wasn't making any sense to me. Bulk frames is the other thing I was noodling with while we're waiting for the Helvetica scenario. So, bulk frame. You take the... I thought you took the new cards, but you take resplendent plates. I guess not new cards, but the new datas. Really easy to make these, so we'll make some of them and slam them down. Might as well. Where are my resplendent plates? If you were a resplendent plate, where would you be? Apparently heckin' nowhere. Because we're completely out of them. Because we're out of rare earth metals. Because the priority is way too low on them. L skill issue, common Miko girl failure. I can't even argue with it. Unfortunately, when you're right, you're just right. Okay, so I'm hoping now that this is up here. We are out of metal, yes, like 100%. Is there a way you can like read all of the things going through? No, you should be able to really easily with just a combinator, right? So if I put down a decider combinator, whoops, we already have one. And then I just have it input here. I should be able to read every signal that's going in. Okay, literally, there is so many different things that are going through here. I guess these aren't necessary to go through. Those are superfluous, but like every other stop is calling for it, which is really unfork knife. It's just been stuck a few times recently. I keep changing the priority and I'm still unsatisfied with it. I wonder if interrupts was the right idea. Maybe I could have figured out a better way where I could have figured out like a proper rotation for it. I don't know. Unfork knife? Yeah. I didn't even realize I said unfork knife, but I do say that. Okay, these are now juiced up and ready to go. You gotta run a few more times. You do have an option to not overfill on the cerebral substrate. I set this up properly. Oh, I forgot we should be speed modulating things. I never set up speed 2s. But speed 2s would probably go crazy in this area because it spends so long here when it comes up. I'm glad that the water seems to be fine here as well. It does make more water than it spends, so it's very, very convenient how we can just set up a pump and have it work. How much matter replicating gel do you need? How much do you output? 4,000? Buddy, it doesn't feel like you're outputting any. How much of it do I store? I guess that's probably a better question. Is there any other recipe for it? I suppose not. That's fine. Okay, so... interrupts are cool as fuck and always the right idea. Honestly, respectable. I never really understood how they worked at all. Learning so much in this mod pack has been a pretty pleasant experience. Okay, why did you go to tar? Oh, because tar is the most important thing. That's actually such a valid point. But if you could go do metal at some point so the factory could run again, that would be cool. I can probably get resplendent plates from a requester chest. Actually, no, if I go over to our build for the arcane drive units, which I think is right down here, there's probably a boatload of them. There's a good chunk of them. Should be plenty for what we need. There's some energy bulk frames. I can pick up the accumulators that are over here actually before this to save on some materials. I kind of like the trees surrounding my nuclear power plant. It makes me feel like I'm really helping nature. How big are these bulk frames? Interrupts are priorities based on their order. That's the entire thing. I figured, but they still I feel like they're illogical sometimes. I know that they're not illogical, but they just feel illogical to me. We'll just nestle an energy bulk frame in there. Sweet. I mean, that's a pretty significant upgrade for each of those we add in, so we'll add in a few of them. Can I just copy paste that and then rotate it so I don't have to actually deal with it thinking about this critically? Heck. I mean, kind of actually. That side kind of like flat on one side. It is. Let us not do flat here. Cool. So we can just copy paste this and we'll just put it in every corner. It should function just fine. That should be a good power solution-ish. This one actually can't be copied though. Where's that lined up? Is it even with it? It is. This one's to the right, that one's up. I kind of want them all to be symmetrical, actually. Let's redo it ourselves. Like, I want these two to be right and the other two to be left, if that makes sense. And I get this idea of a specific aesthetic in my head, and if it doesn't look like it, it really irritates me. There we go, that looks better. I think it'll look cooler on the map too, hopefully. Coolish. Cool enough, you know. What is that nuclear reactor? What's wrong with my nuclear reactor design? This is awesome. It's a big old cube. It looks cube adjacent. There's cubes in the cube. There's a sub-cube. I don't know what's going on with the belts in the middle, admittedly. But there's cubes everywhere. Okay, so now we can store 5 gigajoules, which is pretty significant, which means we can get one activation. Oh, actually, I don't know if we can get one activation. Depends on how long it runs. Captain Penguin? I appreciate the follow. I don't know how to say the second part, but either way. Hopefully you're doing just stellar today. Should I kick on the other reactors? What's the vibe on that? I don't know if we'll need the power or not. Wait a minute. A factory too efficient? Perhaps. It appears that my entire nuclear setup has fallen into disarray. There should be a demand sent out for it to say to bring the cube over eventually though, so hopefully that'll be fine. Oh, thank goodness it's doing metal now. A factory too strong. A design too perfect. Oh, I really love this design. I know I've already gazed at it like twice today, but I can't help it. Let's get rid of bulk frame. Helvetica scenario is about to be done. I really need to make it so we can do more science at once. That one I put off probably about 40 or 50 hours ago. I was like, I should really improve that. And I didn't improve it, which is really rough. Where are our labs? So I'm thinking Stygian Energy Lab is not a research lab. Let's go grab some basic comp cards and let's remake our science setup, because that has been... Saying it's long overdue is very, very generous and very kind. Where's a good place to get the cards? They're traditionally produced up here to my memory. They were in the middle of the base before. Heck, this is not where they're produced. They're in the bottom left of the base. Which is fine. Thankfully with Spidertron we can get places pretty quick. Aw, heck. I think we're completely out of them because of our gnarly demand. I mean, also the cube just keep getting stuck places, which is not ideal. But if there was just some sitting around still, that would be so cool, right? Okay, cool. There's some in a box here. One, 2, 5, 9, 14. We have 14 labs right now, making 10 more. We have this area here to kind of spread them out, if nothing else. I'm gonna disconnect these really quick so that it'll hopefully just burn through the science packs that are in there. To an extent, obviously we'll have to pick up some of them, but that's not a big deal. We can live with that. Let's get rid of some of these excess stuff because we're gonna need some inventory spots here. Not a crazy amount of them, but some of them, nothing else. Don't really need, I mean, I'll keep the qubit cells. The qubit cells, or shells, excuse me, aren't necessary, but if the machine breaks, if you run out of materials, it'll be good to have. Ideally now, the cube will be able to go around and do a few things without having to stop. Now that the metal's running again, our science and everything should be good to go. I wonder if I should have made less stops. Almost certainly, right? I think if I played it again from scratch, I would have made less stops and had it do more at each stop, if that makes sense. Even if it's an unrelated thing, just have like... I didn't really understand how circuits work before, right? It's like super well. So I would have like had it so that this one stop is the smelting and we'll say matter production stop. Therefore, if either of them are needed, come here and then fulfill one. And if you need both, go fulfill both. I did that at a couple stops, but I wish I did it more. Especially like later on. I think that I did not take advantage of it as much as I really should have, which is a live and learn type thing. This is my first time really thinking about a cube. You know, I'm going to just pick up the rest and get the packs myself and reinsert them. I was going to just wait for the thing to finish, but I'm way too impatient for that. I guess I'm not that impatient, but I'd rather get the new science setup going now. It's well overdue. Alright, cool. So, how do we want to make it? I mean, I imagine making it cube-shaped would be ideal, right? Maybe we'll do like a cubey spiral. We have limited space. Thankfully, these labs are fairly small. There becomes like a point in which you have too many labs set up in a line. And when that happens, it gets kind of annoying to distribute stuff betwixt them. So ideally, we'll avoid that by keeping our numbers compact enough with our size. Because your inserter arms will eventually just like spend more time inserting than cubing. I guess. I don't really know a good word for it. Look, it makes sense if you don't think about it. Alright, cool. Honestly, I kind of absolutely love this design. I think this is it. It's not particularly complex. It'll load probably pretty poorly. AT. I didn't hear, but did you ignore YouTube chat? No, I'm responding to you right now, so I did not, in fact, ignore YouTube chat. I guess I did a little bit because I didn't see your hello immediately. At which point, fine. You can send me to the stockades or whatever must be done. I don't mind. I'll bear my punishment. However, it is nice to see you regardless. Let's move where this gelatinous tar pipe goes. It's a little bit high for my current taste. Bring it down a little bit will make it a lot easier for us to finish designing this. And it shouldn't matter basically at all. I could potentially have it so the science loads in a few different areas as well. That would be very stylistic, but I don't know if it really matters or not. I'm hoping I'll be able to fit a few substations above, below, and all around here. That's the dream, at least. Oh, it's going to be kind of close, but I think we can do it with some undergrounds. Substation. Oh, let's go into map view, actually, so I can do it a little bit easier. I love map view. It's truly a life changer. Let's get rid of this one for now. No, the middle one doesn't have any... You gotta be kidding me. I guess I could feed from the middle outward. Hold on, that could be kind of a vibe. I'd have to turn everything literally backwards, but I think that's totally a vibe. We're gonna do that instead. Which is gonna just be like pushing R like 30 times. You can't rotate the science lab, bud. Sorry. Good try. Sport. Alright, there we go. So let's do an underground. You can do it here, here, and here. Then we can have it load like this, and then we could just have it go around. We can also start double loading science like this if we need to. I don't know how many packs we're going to need in like the finale effectively. But this will let us combine a few for now, which is something. They don't ever let you rotate the labs SMH my head. You're just like, you're preaching here. It's messed up. There's no earthly reason to not let you rotate labs, and yet here they are telling you you can't do it. What do they gain from putting you down? That's what I want to know. Okay, cool. So we should also, I think this is going to be a little bit too long to single load. We can load it two directions. This build kind of allows for that. Let's throw down our prod mods. I don't think we have many prod 2s. I think we might have some, but for now, let's just throw down some default prod mods because we're going to start running science immediately. I can't believe I had a triangle science setup before. That was like a true blunder in my part. I think I missed some of them. Oh, I forgot we got the teleportation thing. Maybe I should upgrade the cube to teleporting. It takes a while for it to start. Oh, watching it kick on is actually really cool, though. Alright, never mind. This science setup goes crazy. I don't know what I was thinking before when I was down in the cube. I want to see them consume a card, but these are very, very slow, apparently. What's the timer on this one? Oh, they're 90 seconds each. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. No wonder the science was so slow before. Our SPM was like 17. I mean, it's still not gonna be much, but it's probably gonna be like 30 something. 28 even. But it's fine. It's better than it was before. I hope the rest of the sciences aren't really high. I could make a second set of cubes over here as well, or a second cube. Maybe I'll do that. How much space do I need? I'm gonna need to free up some. Honestly, it's totes doable though. It looks not totes doable, but I think it's totes doable. The question is, can I feasibly get the science over? I would need 2 extra spaces unless I move this, which I'm not against doing. Yeah, we'll just move that. It'll still take 2 extra spaces, though. No, it'll take the same amount of space that I have planned for. We'll have to move our substations, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Let's see if we can move the ethanol, I think that is. Ethanol. I really expected to need a much bigger ethanol setup in actuality, but it turns out it really was not necessary. That's where our ethanol comes out currently. We can just split out the ethanol I guess over here is fine. That's the ethanol, plug back in. We need part of it though. I wish I could place like a blueprint that doesn't... Why are those moving so slow? This has disconnected from the main power grid, I think. Surely we're not out of power, right? Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? When the synthesizers run, we do run out of power. That's a very good point. You should make a module that produces 1 million solid fuel per hour. Okay, I'm not shooting down the idea. I think it's creative. I would like to know what I would do with 1 million solid fuel per hour, to be honest. I'm sure there's a function. I'm just curious about it. This is rough. Did I really only make 257 megawatts? I thought I made way more. No, I guess that's just right. Did I break something maybe? Hold on, I think I broke something. Oh, you know what? Wait, no, I did. Did I? That is getting water. I was gonna say it's not getting any water. What in the heck is going on? I know I changed something with the water. Why are you outputting 0? No input fluid. Buddy, there's water right here and there's should be steam going through. Low temperature. It must be that the water got messed up and it got cooled somehow. No, this is its own entity. What the heck happened with my setup over there? Cube, you would make cube. Oh, that's actually a really good point. To make 2x8. I just need to turn these on. I don't understand why these are not gunking anymore. I'm guessing it's the temp, but why would the temp have changed at all? It shouldn't have. Maybe those never ran and it just happened to have run in the past previously. Very bizarre. I think I'm going to kick on the whole system now. I think we produce enough to justify it. Heck, I gotta go up to there really quick. I wasn't paying attention to where I was. No, come back. Alright, cool. No, I actually wanted you to go over there. No, please don't do it. You're gonna split the cube. Alright, that's fine. Oh good, a Helvetica scenario. If you are determined, recipe Helvetica scenario can be conducted in the entity Forbidden Ziggurat. Please ensure that you understand the risks. It would be wise to make necessary arrangements beforehand. Note that productivity module will provide an additional production of basic antimatter unit only. I'm really surprised they let me prod mod anything the cube is involved in. However, I'm disappointed because if it would have let me do that, we could have made multiple cubes, which would have been kind of cool. I gotta change the priorities again. I'm gonna have to set the power at the very top effectively. Oh, there we go. Currently it's at the bottom, which makes sense, I suppose. Why are 3 reactors offset for fueling? Are they offset? I don't know, I kind of make... I don't want to say aesthetic designs, but I definitely... put a lot of focus on making it how I like how it looks. The fuel goes in the same place, right? 2 are fuel, 2 are not. Oh yeah, I turned off 2 of them because it was a little bit expensive on our cells for a long time. Heat pipes have some amount of like heat drop off across them. I think maybe at a full load you might need more heat pipes to go the full distance. Oh, interesting. Does double width make it more efficient? I guess it makes sense. You better go up to the nuclear power plant, Phantom Cube reconstituent. You better send it up there. Okay, that's not... No, that is the power plant. I'm sorry for... It's not the power plant, actually. It is the power plant. It's not the power plant. It is? It is. Okay, I didn't remember what it looked like. I thought it was going all the way up here. Great, so I'm going to go ahead and nab it and then turn on the other two reactors. Now that we have, like, radioactive sludge and whatnot set up, it should be fine to run it. We're so far ahead on these. Like, we have an abundance of all the uranium we could possibly need, especially the 234, which shocks me. I wonder what the rule is for running Kovarex. I imagine it's not having too many slugged cells. How do you feed? You feed like that. I need you to feed with a loader instead. Loader. I guess I'll just craft one really quick. It'll be quicker. Wait, no, it doesn't actually work like that. Well, loader sounds good in practice. I would need to change the belting. Wait, come back. You didn't actually solve any of my problems. I mean, no, wait, I actually need to go borrow you again. Aw, heck. The cube is so quick. I mean, if nothing else, I made an efficient base. For the cube getting around, at least. Alright, this time I'm stealing the cube. I'm going to disconnect this belt, so when this is done, we can grab the cube really quick. There's some formats like, the amount of heat going through the heat pipe determines the difference in temperature from one tile to the next, so making it wider makes the gradient less steep. Oh, interesting. I had no idea. It's very, very interesting and very good to know. Whoops. I should have plenty of heat pipes, so we can test it pretty easily. Although I imagine this is just going to turn off the power for a little bit. Can I go this from the inside somehow? Doesn't look like it. That's fine. I was overthinking it. This pipe connecting is not that big of a deal, I hope. I want to go like this over here then. Shockingly, the design does leave space for double heat pipes. Just in kind of a weird way. Really had no clue that was a thing. Okay, and that's still running, so I need to worry about that right now. Sweet, so hopefully this helps a little bit with those outer ones. I can cut this a little closer, I guess further down. Oh, it looks kind of clean though. It makes the cubes more like cubey, if that makes sense. Although I do think that turns off all of our power for a while. Hopefully not too long. You know what? It's probably a pretty solid time to just go ahead and grab the cube after this and turn on those other reactors, huh? Go ahead and reboot this ourselves. I think we can do a little better than that, to be honest. Okay, so that one's kicked on. Oh my gosh, watching him work in slow motion is actually so cute. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Why are you not feeding? Target shouldn't be full, is it? Hey, did it not count the cube working? Oh, I guess it cooled off too much. Weird, I didn't realize that was an option. Where's my cube? I don't remember having to run it through the cube the first time multiple times, so it's a surprise to me. These are almost up to temp. Oh, you know what? These are all like... I guess they're not all connected. I was gonna say they're all connected now, but... maybe they're kind of connected. Sort of connected. Emotionally connected. I get that. I get emotionally connected to things sometimes. Cube's just living its best life. Yoink. Are you gonna successfully do it? Oh my gosh. What do I do about that? It can't swing quick enough. That's really funny. Why can't you swing quick enough? Just put the fuel in there. I guess because I took it out of your hand last time. That one might be on me. Sorry for getting a laugh out of your situation, inserter hand. That's what it was. Okay, so now hopefully you can heat up enough to push over that 500. Miko's being a cruel thief. I've been called worse. Pretty significantly. So I'll take cruel thief. I mean, it sounds kind of cool, kind of mysterious, you know? There we go. Chat, rise up against our oppressor. Good luck. I kind of have profound amounts of power here. Which one of us is in the giant spider mech? Remember that. So I'm going to assume the cube is fine now. These are going to actually just boot up eventually. I'm surprised all of their temperatures synced, but I guess that's just how it goes when they're all touching. Or synced enough, at least. Commits a wage theft? I took 10 nuclear fuel cells. If you want them, you can have them. How is that wage theft? Okay, so I don't think this is really gonna run in the meantime. But I'll put it back where it should be anyways. Like, this will run and produce it, but the repair will be really, really slow. I always set my reactors to swing at identical times tied to one reactor. Oh, that's interesting. Normally I set it so that you can do temperature readings, but you can't connect wires to any buildings in this mod. I do it usually to save uranium fuel cells, but in this case we don't really have the luxury. I'm going to change up some of the ruling now too. So we're normally looking at reading this in a combinator somewhere. So that's looking at more than 50, but gosh, this wiring is such a mess. I didn't realize how bad this one area was. Like, there's some rough ones, but this one's rough. Is there not a second combinator somewhere? What is this checking for? Okay, cool. We'll just make it over 500 instead. I want you to run a bunch of times while you're here. Should be one more to check for 500. There it is. Cool. That should be a market improvement. We should make sure that we don't run out anytime soon. It's 100 per line. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so things should be spinning on slowly but surely. We've passed the 500 mark, so the cube shouldn't be needed to reboot these anymore. Hopefully. I actually really like how these look at the end too with the double wides. Regardless, this should be a market improvement for our power and hopefully enough to sustain through. I can make more energy bulk frames and stuff too. I don't really know how bad the Forbidden Ziggurat's going to be. I imagine it's going to be really, really bad. How long does it run? We don't have a recipe for it yet, do we? No, we do now. I can look at how long it takes to run. Helvetica scenario. 16 seconds. All right, that's not so bad. But they did give me a warning that, like, you need to be prepared for this. Holy guacamole, it can take a boatload of modules. So, yeah, I guess we'd want to just prod mod it all the way down, right? This is a very easy thing to put in. Like, Bottled Euphoria and Ultradent Utility Cube is nothing. The issue, of course, comes from taking the cube, which we turn into 64 debris, and squeezing sap out of it, and then reforming it with our legendary iron gear wheel. Alright, the reactor's starting to kick on, which is nice to see. It's nice to see all the pollution we're putting into the air, thank goodness. Saved. There we go, those are kicking on too. Our previous peak was 372, it looks like. Should be quite a bit higher now. Why is the cube not running? Is it out of wood or something? No way. It looks like it's filling up on coal still. There we go, now it's running. I must have just got it at a bad time. Wait, so at least these are running. These are warming still, so hopefully it'll warm enough at the end here. If not, oh well, I'm not remaking the whole design. I've come too far to fail. Yeah, okay, so it looks like 523 is where we're at. Should go up a little bit more. Do we get more of a bonus? We do, so our bonus didn't go up actually. I thought it was supposed to be 50% for each neighbor. Weird, alright. Or is the neighbor bonus just lower in here? 25%. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Never mind. The neighbor bonus is just lower than I remember. I thought it was 50% normally. There we go. These corner ones are starting to kick on. Much better. So now our power should be a lot better. Now, we're also going to consume twice as many of the things we were... Oh, breaking 700 even. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. So much power. 800 on the dot kind of makes sense, actually. Cool, so now that that's rocking, I set it up so the cube could never leave its home, and I never restored its ability to travel out into the world and have a beautiful cube life, and that sucks that I did that. But now it should be free. Cool, so let's let it do its thing for a little bit. Let's start planning out the Helvetica scenario. The thing about the Helvetica scenario that they don't tell you is that it's got a lot to it, apparently. Helvetica scenario. So let's break it down. We're going to turn the cube into I thought it was 64. 256 ultra dense debris. We get our 1000 basic antimatter units, which I think is the primary thing we want out of it. And then the legendary iron gear wheel. The gear wheel does nothing except function in this spot here to recombine the cube back into itself later on. In the process, we can break down the debris, which we have 256 of, into particulates, making that a 16th of those as well, via a crusher. We can take those particulates and mix it with ethanol and mineral to make it into a concentrate and output some water. We can take the concentrate and mix it with a little bit of gas, and then it'll output debris once more, and then give us some sap as well. So this debris state is like the preemptive state, I guess. Oh no. I see the problem. So we're going to need to create a process. Granted, we can make as much sap as we want. The sap is not the issue here. The issue is that I'm going to need a perfect ratio of 4 to 3 particulates to concentrate to succeed here. Wow, that's really confusing. We can't use debris to remake it. We need to use particulate and concentrate. There being an electric furnace too, which is kind of funny. They use a different building for every step. Yeah, so it goes crusher, chemical plant, distillery, or electric furnace, fabricator, and then we get our cube back. Now, we need to do this. We can't skip out on basic antimatter units. But we're going to need to figure out some way to justifiably make... I mean, again, I'm not concerned about the sap because we can just crush the debris over and over again. But we do need some concentrate here. The fact that the particulate is 16th really daunts me. I mean, I might not even have to look at the numbers. Maybe an arithmetic combinator would be able to kind of do some work here. I don't know if you can use it to ratio. Make sure to hit save before you put the cube in. Yeah, yep. That is very solid advice. I guess let's just start building it in general and see what we can figure out. It's going to be tricky, I feel, but we've already overcome so much that I wouldn't say I'm confident that we could succeed, but I'm hopeful that we could succeed. So let me go grab the forbidden ziggurat. We'll make it somewhere off the beaten path for now. We don't need many materials themselves. It looks like just a couple of fluids is really what we need from the outside area. I think some maybe sophisticated matter units too, but those are easy enough to either make on site or transport over. Ethanol, mineral water, unstable gas. There's the sophisticated matter units and spectrolite. Those should be fine as long as we have some priority to make sure that they're always available. What I'm going to have to take into account is how much spectrolite and sophisticated matter units we actually need. That one I'm not really sure about. Bottled consciousness is a particular one too. Granted, that step only needs 64. An easy thing we can do to start, I mean, if we make it backwards, it would be easy. And if nothing else, this step is just requester chest, 64 bottled consciousness, 64 n-dimensional widgets. Not going to make them on site or anything. We'll have it so that chest has to be like full of stuff for it to continue. We're going to need a lot of things to be checked. We can find out exactly how much of an item we need to do this cycle pretty easily by doing the math. I guess backwards, but in any order would be fine. Because, you know, we need 64 ultra-dense composites, so we need 8 times that in ultra-dense matter units, and then 2 times that in sophisticated matter units. Honestly, some really meticulously counted numbers and requester chests can probably be fine for bringing over all this stuff, and maybe even ideal. Because if we rock it like that, we can check, is there enough of this specific item in this chest to run the scenario? And if the answer is yes, then it'll run. Saving for cubing is a coward's act? Yeah, no. It certainly seems like one for sure. I'm glad that coward was enough for Automod to swing by. Automod was like, stand back, Miko, I'll protect you. And I was like, thanks, Automod. Real cool of you. I really like this new science setup, even though it's just like a square. Alright, so we got 36 minutes. Let's see if we can get most of the setup done before that. Automod hates coward, literally every channel I raid in. One of my mods, I don't know which mod actually, but one of them set up Automod for me and I just kind of trust it. I trust the system. You know what, let's do it down in this open area here. It's very easy for us to bring a train down here, which we will need to. So, step 1, let's start by placing the buildings we need. We have the forbidden ziggurat here. This will require some bottled euphoria. I'm not going to place the bottled euphoria yet. I'm going to just requester chest most of these things over because I don't see much of a reason, especially we're building so far away, to overstress it because we need very, very little of them. So instead I'm going to use a display panel for bottled euphoria to signify that we need that there. And we'll set it up later. So this will be bottled euphoria. Also, I will always ditch every channel to come watch Miko play Factorio. Oh, well, thank you. I'm very lucky. Do we want to module this is the question. So here's the thing. Yes, we do. The question is, what ratio do we want to do? There are 10 module slots here, which is pretty significant. Obviously, we want productivity modules to output more basic matter or antimatter units because this process is extremely stressful. However, this is a very expensive building. Something we should do too is bring our beacon down here when we have time to. Maybe we can double dip the beacon. That would be a nice bonus. I'm not going to plug in the beacon juice just yet though. We'll just leave it disconnected for now. Not that we really need to. Beacon juice is kind of abundant, to be honest. Prod, let's go. Prod covered in speed beacons. The factory just shuts down. The cube is stuck in the Helvetica scenario. Crazy name, that one, too. It sounds so intense. Okay, so Helvetica scenario finishes. We get a legendary iron gear wheel, which goes out here. Use filter. Legendary. Oh, you know, thinking about it, it's really interesting. We've never seen iron before, have we? Cool. I'll get basic antimatter units, which is like the big woohoo of this. And then we get 256 ultra dense debris. We can use loaders, I suppose. I should have set up purple loaders. How bad are those to set up? Should I get those set up now? I never did. They're fairly expensive on arcane drive units, so we have a good chunk of them now. How many do we have in storage? Oh, right. They're not in a thing. I forgot. Really don't have that many of them. Helvetica scenario is legit scary. It's like quicksand, but actually worth being afraid of. I am not familiar with the Helvetica scenario. Although when I was young, I was afraid of quicksand, which I don't think was that atypical. Okay, so we can have these output antimatter. We really don't even need it to be fast. Honestly, I changed my mind. We're gonna just use one of these. And we'll cut this and we'll put these down here. And I think we'll do 4s. We'll filter this and we'll make it, this will output our ultra dense debris. Actually, let's make it a square instead. I guess a rectangle. Is a rectangle a square? Is that something that we can agree on, or is it not a square? I guess it's technically not a square. How did I place those so bad? Wow. It's better. Alright, cool. So these are going to output here. And what are we going to do with them? The next step involves... I guess we'll just check the signs again. It seems like the easiest way. Oh no, because we have the Factorio PD now. I don't have to do that. Ultra-dense debris get crushed and are used in concentrate in the matter units. So I guess we'll set up a crusher here. How many we're gonna need is the question. I assume a lot of them. I really don't know how bad it'll be in practice. How's our power doing now? I can't check it from over here, but I'm hoping that we're kind of keeping up now. I'm guessing this is where we turned it off. Yeah, it looks to be about right. Was it only 10 minutes ago that we set everything up again? Yeah, it had to have been because literally everything was off for a while. Cool, cool, cool. So it looks like we produce plenty of power now. Don't even tap into our accumulator to run that whole thing, which is a nice boon. I meant to put efficiencies in here, but never did. Whoops. So what the heck is a Helvetica scenario? I'm really thinking about it now. It's gonna start eating away at me. Is it a really elaborate joke where you're like, what is Helvetica scenario? And they're like, Helvetica scenario you tomorrow, idiot. And you're like, oh, damn. Got me. Okay, so ultra dense powder is what this makes. We're not gonna actually use that kind of inserter. I don't know why I put that one down. Let's go back to here. I'm getting kind of lost in the sauce here. So 1 debris outputs 16 powder. Right, that's fine. What do we need to do after that? The concentrate is powder, ethanol, and mineral water in a chemical plant. Let's just do it one at a time so we can visualize it. Technically speaking, we could just have like a single set of machines do this, but I'm willing to bet it's not so optimal to do so. We need to look at the crafting times. I assume with the crusher having a crafting speed of 1, it means 1 per second. So we'll output 16 per second from one of these machines. So we'll probably want to crush a lot of them, to be honest. I mean, 256 isn't that crazy of an amount. Maybe I'm trying to dump it too quickly. Maybe we should go down to 2 instead. I think 2 might be better, because if we do 2 of them and then have the machine kind of like mirrored on both sides, it could be good. Okay, I can't believe you actually don't know about it. I don't actually know about it. It's about the sudden collapse, or complete collapse of gravitational forces in a star. Oh no, I had no idea. That is quite spooky sounding. You consume 4, so logically speaking, we would want to do 4 to 1, right? This will make 16. I don't think we can feasibly direct load, can we? No, not with the water output, I don't think. I mean, actually, we totes can. No, we totes can't. Alright, so we won't be able to direct load, which is fine. Move it over here. We'll have a crusher output. I guess we can do a few of them. I'm also lying through my teeth. It's from a dry British comedy skit. God dang it. I believed you so fully. I was like, that does sound kind of crazy. I can see why people should be concerned about that. Trying to figure out how we want to design this loading. It might be simple enough to do it like this, but these get really close when we do it like that. I guess we can do something like that. I don't know if that'll keep or not, though. I'm glad to see the cube doing something. I saw it was stuck at the matter for a little bit, but I assume that was just an unfortunate happenstance. It's a little bit annoying having to load the fluids here. Trying to figure out how I want to do it. I could do middle loading potentially for fluids. That's probably my best bet, except for I want to do the water out where they're facing each other. And then they need a little bit of space in here. Don't know exactly how I'm gonna... Oh no, we have the special pipes. We have the special pipes. We have the pipes of all time. I forgot about them. Not that we even really need them if they're lined up like this, actually. Oops. So we'll do a pipe here. Pipe here. Underground pipe here. And we have those coming out. I guess I can make this one go slightly farther away. And have that connect up there, that connect down there. I want to make it so we can tile this pretty easily. So I'm trying to be a little bit compact with the design and make it in such a way that it's going to be really concise and kind of on the nose. I do this exact thing at work. I'm not like... I don't think I'm quick-witted enough to do that kind of thing. I also like, I don't know if I just like enjoy believing when someone tells me something crazy, I'm like, there's no way that's true, but if it's true, that's crazy. And then I'm like, it's probably true. Which usually leads me to being, what's a good word for it? A little bit gullible at times. Okay, cool. So now this is the mineral water. What is mineral water? Do we make that literally at all? Ah, yes, mineral water. Never mind, I remember that. We should have a fine abundance of mineral water. I think we have a way to destroy it that we even have activated. Yeah, we currently distill mineral water over here. We have a tank of 40k of it, so the distillation will just never run then, which is fine. Cool. So that'll be fine. We will need to pipe over the water, but no big deal. So this will distribute them evenly. Assuming that these work out, I think they will. This will put 4 on each line each time it activates, which means I could probably just use inserters as well. Does the recipe output anything other than that? It's just those. Perfect. So anytime it goes to a crusher, these will go out. It has everything it needs to go in and out. I haven't connected them up there yet. I think I'll just use the loaders every step of the way here, to be honest. I know it's not the most power efficient or anything. Honestly, I liked how it was before I put it back. Cool. So those will load like this. Then we'll have loaders output here. And this will output 1 concentrate per each one. This has a crafting speed of 1 second. It looks like everything in here is probably going to be 1 second, hopefully. And then sap is 4 concentrate and 5 gas makes 4 sap, which is a very, very small amount, but I guess it's 1-to-1, so it's easy enough to keep track of. However, to reform the cube, I need to break out the calculator. This is way too much for me. I knew once I was looking at 64s and 256s, it was going to be a little bit complex. Okay, let's take it back a step. So it doesn't really matter how much particulate we make. It matters a little bit, but it matters not right now for what I'm thinking about. So we need 4 ultra dense sap, or we get it for each one of these. We need 5 to make 2 matter units. That's actually very important. I need to pay attention to how many things output. It looks like the 2 matter units is the one thing throwing me off. So for each of these, we need 20 ultra dense sap. That's actually a lot easier than I thought. So to successfully reform the cube, we need 1280 ultra dense sap. Divide that by 4. And it's 320 activations of this specific recipe. That's just the sap alone. The spectra we don't have to worry about nor the sophisticated matter units. This is where it'll get a little bit complex again. After we get it to this state, one of 2 things happen. 1, it returns back to the ultra dense debris, and to use it any further, we need to break it down into particulate. Or 2, it remains as ultra dense concentrate because we need some of it for this. We're going to need a 3-to-4 ratio. I'm hoping that some kind of arithmetic calculator, or arithmetic combinator, I don't really know how they work, but I'm optimistic that one will be able to do what I want it to. I think we can do some testing in the lab beforehand. I haven't messed with these at all, but I know that they do math-related things. So if I can somehow tell this to receive the signal of a specific amount, and if it's not that 3-to-4 ratio, to keep running things. That's what I'm thinking right now. So let's grab a couple of chests over here. We'll have them be red. I'm going to put in, we'll say 100 of these, and then 100 of these to start. We should be able to change it pretty easily. I really do not know how this stuff works, so I might be a little bit dumb here, but I think it's probably good enough to take a little time to learn here. Even if this is useless, it's probably worth something. This is currently receiving these signals. I can have it output these signals on its own into a single thing. Oh, let's not use passive provider chests, apparently. Sure, we'll use these instead. I was like, why is it running out of it? Where doth the material go? Sweet, that's better. So 100 of those in there and 100 of those in there. So I could turn them into a single signal. Do I need them to? It looks like arithmetic combinators can only take one thing at a time. I was hoping to be able to take a couple of them and have like a... Oh no, it can take two. Okay, so which one would be good for me? If I say blue belt and then purple belt, we'll say. And I guess we'll just connect it directly to the arithmetic combinator. I can't say a specific amount. I guess if I give a value to it outputting. So what if we put inputs here? Can I use a decider to output a ratio somehow? I don't think so. I mean, maybe I can. I really don't know how arithmetic combinators work, so I'm kind of shooting in the dark here. Whoops, add one more line. There we go. I wanted to do it the other way around. So I can output this specific signal. But like this is just kind of going through here. It's only outputting that one signal. I guess I could output several signals, but that doesn't really do anything for me, does it? It's just a pass through of it right now. What if I do 75? Try setting an output signal on your arithmetic combinator. Right, hold on, that's a good call. I didn't think about that. I mean, what could I set as one? Oh, right, it has to be a number or something. Duh, I forgot about that part. I was expecting a number to just be there. We'll do R. So it's outputting R1. R2. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted, right? That looks right. Ah, but it goes back to R1 again. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. So this should be fine for it then. In theory. I don't know how many we would need to do, but like ideally we'd have it so that if it doesn't output the signal that I want, because it's outputting R with a number here, right? So I can have it be that there could be a combinator here that checks that R is equal to 75. And then it can output a specific thing. Percent is a funny operator from programming. It means remainder after dividing. Very interesting. I don't really understand what any of these programming things mean. But this should work in theory, right? I mean, I guess it won't necessarily work. I really wish we could get, like, I guess decimals of them. Because having that output as 1, or 2, excuse me, is not quite what I want. Oops. You know what, this would be a lot easier with a few constant combinators instead of swapping this stuff constantly. Let me put down a few of those. I feel like this is the right idea, I just don't know how to execute it quite yet. So let's say this is a value of, we'll say 0 with a value of 1,000. I'll say it's a value of 1, or A1 with, I guess 7,500 or 750. Zero and then 1. What can I use to figure out what I want? What the heck is a XOR? Adding them is easy. Multiplying them is easy. Surely it's just this, but like, I want a specific ratio. Maybe there's a few steps of math I could use. I'm really not the best at math, admittedly. Makes sense that that's undefined. Or it's, I guess, something they're not outputting because it's so low, not undefined. I really thought this would be the play. There's got to be something I can do. If I divide it and it outputs something, I mean, this can output if one is greater than the other, but like that's not really what I need. I could theoretically... I was gonna say I could add them together and then divide that by a constant number. I guess I could run a few different ones. Like if I run in that divided by 75, outputs a 13, and then I'll output... Was it 75-25 on the ratio? I don't remember what the ratio needed to be, actually. Where is it? There we go, it's 4-3. So it's... I put an O here. Because I want, it's a 0.75 ratio. I want 0.75 of one to 1.0 of the other. But I even need to run it through a number at that point. I guess I would. I'd have to divide them both by 100, because that'd be my base point. I guess that would kind of make sense, right? If I divide one by 75 and the other one by 100, I'll get the normal number. I guess technically I'll get the normal number reduced by a few folds, but it shouldn't matter. I'll get the normal 100th of it, and then 3/4 of that outputting. But would that even end up working? Because it's not going to be a finite number. I can check it one is greater than the other, but can I check it in such a way that R is like 3/4 of it is the question. 3/4. Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess I could add a couple conditions. No, that wouldn't really make sense either. Heck, I'm so like, I know what I want. This does kind of what I want, but it's going to output a number. I need something else that says, if this is past a specific ratio, redo it. I mean, I guess I can just do the math and find out the end number I need too. That might be simpler. This is going to set up so I could avoid doing the math to figure out the exact number of things that I need. But perhaps it's inevitable. How does this happen? How does one car explode, but the farther back one gets embedded into a train? I guess that's kind of the least of my problems now. But it is interesting, if nothing else. Ugh, what do I do? Maybe one more arithmetic combinator? So I've kind of like changed these numbers, right? They're putting out a specific ratio. But it's not quite what I want. How do I compare two numbers? If I can do if R is 0.75 of O, then output a thing. It's all I need to do. So strange. Would a decider be sufficient for that? I don't know how to make it 0.75, I guess. I could do it greater than or equals to. I can certainly compare them. That's no question. Whoops, that's the wrong one. How do I compare them to such a degree? Like, this is greater than, so I don't want, but I want it to be very specifically less than. I guess I could add a few conditions. Did that train... How did that train run out of fuel? What train is that? Okay, that's actually, like, alarming. How did that train run out of fuel? It gets its fuel right here. I guess I'll call for some bots to refuel it? How the heck did you not get fuel, though? You have fuel. It's not like I'm starving you. Where doth your fuel be, though, is the question. There it is. Whoops. There we go. Gosh, I really don't understand arithmetic combinators. I should have paid more attention in math class, and it's really showing right now. I mean, alright, let's look at the problems all together, right? I want 75% of the other one for the output. I think that's probably the most egregious issue we're going to bump into when doing this entire thing. It needs to be that ratio specifically, and it cannot feed otherwise. If it does not satisfy that ratio, it needs to balance itself out to reach that ratio. And if it doesn't, or if it goes too much one direction, we can fix it. But if it's not that ratio, we can't make the Ultranuts battery unit successfully, and we cannot successfully make the Ultranuts composite. The issue then becomes, what if we have one ultra-dense concentrate left over, right? We need 4 of it to go back in a step, so it's just kind of like stuck here. We can't crush it or anything, it is just in the gunk state, right? So we need to make sure that that literally never happens. We're gonna need to make sap too, so it's not like we can just do the ratio early on. We need some sort of logic to make it work. But how do I do it? I mean, I can read the belts and the inserters and whatnot where everything is. I could theoretically set up a combinator that increments every time something is made. I mean, I can have it run normally until we get enough sap, if nothing else. And I guess I can assess it from there. The issue is that we can't really, like, spitball this one. If we start the process and it goes wrong, it's really, really wrong, unfortunately. How would I do that in an arithmetic combinator? Maybe it's one of the things I don't really understand. Like, I can make them the ratio that I want here. This makes sense? Whoops, those are reading the wrong numbers, actually. Wait, that's not the right ratio either. What the heck was I doing over here? I thought I had the right idea, but I didn't. If I do O into 1, what is that output? Just the 1. What if I make O 100,000? Or I guess 1 million. Probably easier for inputting it. Whoops, wrong one. Wait, why is R still 1? I guess that makes sense. It's the same ratio, actually. Multiplying it, I assume, goes over the integer, which is why it's messed up. I could subtract them from each other, but that wouldn't really do much. I mean, I can compare the subtract from what I need. I could set up a separate combinator instead that focuses on keeping the ratio good altogether. EP time, I hope you eat well. Don't let your cube get stuck in the inserters. I'll do my best. I hope you rest well. Thanks for stopping in. I thought I was done with stupid circuits for a little while. It sucks. I hate it here. Stupid dumb idiot circuits. Where do they get off? I'm gonna get myself power down here. It's kind of a waste having this plugged in. It shouldn't matter too much in practice. Let's go back to doing some actual, like, hands-on construction stuff for a little bit. I think I need to, like, get my brain a reset. It's just a real Miko crash out. It feels like it. It really feels like it. Ultra Cube is testing me, and I don't know if I have the strength to pull through. Okay, you output concentrate. The concentrate goes here. What do we do with the concentrate? Let's just take this a few steps back. I can't look at math for a little bit. My brain is not math adjacent currently. Right, we have the Factorio PD. Let's go reference it really quick. Concentrate needs a distillery to turn into sap. We need a boatload of sap to my memory. Whoops, distillery. So I probably need a bunch of distilleries set up. What's the ratio for the ultra dense sap? Oh, it's 4-to-1. Interesting. These produce only 1, so it should be fine to just feed like this, then keep it kind of simple. Okay, so I don't think we have distilleries automated. Apparently we have one because it hasn't flashed for me yet, so wait for that distillery to come over. This is enough to feed 1, or I guess 4 per second of that material. We need, what was it, 1280 or something like that? It was some high number. Let's go back around. I should have wrote it down before. I also should have kept the calculator open, but here we are. So it's 5 times... How many of those do we need? So 8 times 64. Because we need 64 of those. I guess we could have technically done it by 4 instead because it makes 2. But either way, 8 times 64, 512. Divide that by 2. It's 256. Multiply that by 5, and that's our number. So it's 1280. I'm going to make a note here for my numbers in game. So 1280 sap is how much we need for 1 successful go through. Whoops, that's mineral water. Which one of these is the sap? They all look the same to me. Despair, that's kind of what I need to be drinking right now. Ah, it's in a different tab. So we need 1280 of this to go through, right? Every single activation of this produces 4 sap. So 1280 divided by 4 is 320. So we have 320 activations go through. So normally, with this one setup on its own, would take a very long time. Assuming we do 1 per second, way too small. This being said, we do a Helvetica scenario into 256 of those debris, so we can certainly justify a few setups. So we can copy paste this basic design and then do the piping afterwards. So let's say we do, there's 320, we could divide it by 4, that's 80 activations instead, that's 80 seconds. Probably want to do more than that. Let's do 320 divided by 8 instead. That's 40 activations. I feel like we could live with 40 activations. So we're going to say we want 8 of these. Now, keep in mind, very importantly, that if we do 8 of these, we're going to want 8 outputs here for the ease of distribution. So 8 setups we'll say for now. In that case, I'm going to also change up how our things are looking so that I can make those 8 outputs over here. There we go. Now that we have our 8 outputs instead, we can kind of plan around that. The belts are easy enough to weave. I'm not too concerned about that. So all these are going to go through and make ultra dense sap, and then their output is going to be things that need to be crushed again. But I think the plan will be to have it go outward and cascade rather than have it be more like focused. So this outputs 1 ultra dense debris, which makes sense since we take 1 to create 4. So it just perfectly goes through. Okay, so we've got complete annihilation card, and it looks like some really intimidating things have cropped up for us. Let's see. Inserter capacity bonus, bulk capacity, inserter bonus. It's not like that big of a deal. Cargo size, speed are tier 3 modules. Ultra dense combustion cube, a special type of cube used exclusively as an ultra dense energy fuel source, but which can coexist with phantoms. Very fascinating. So it looks like I can go through the process of turning the cube into 32 phantoms and then 1 power source cube. There might be some recipes that benefit from that. It's not too different than how it works normally, but it gives you 1 fully gunked up cube, which is nice. Simple, to the point. Antimatter power. Produce incredible amounts of power from matter-antimatter annihilation. The ultra-dense cube will be required to dispose of dangerous waste material. Additionally, since the reactor itself is unable to scale down to match demand, additional energy storage capacity will likely be necessary to avoid loss. Generates power from matter-antimatter annihilation, capable of providing 6 gigawatts of power for each fully saturated input port for a combined total of 24 gigawatts. Any excess energy is lost. Bulk storage will be necessary to avoid waste. There's an antimatter chamber. I don't know exactly what antimatter annihilation or matter-antimatter annihilation is, admittedly. Oh, there we go. 1 matter and 1 basic matter unit. Makes 48,000 ionized annihilation stream and 48,000 gamma waste stream. 48,000 gamma waste stream just needs to be turned into water and steam, it looks like. Okay, so it's like an interesting power source. If I can skip it, I wouldn't be super upset too. Quantum entanglement. When one of the paired qubits involved in an unsuccessful decode attempt is correct, the quantum decoder will produce a randomly flavored qubit instead. What? Oh no. I mean, actually, it's kind of cool, but I don't really know how we would do that. We can have the inserter check to see if a random qubit goes out instead of an empty shell or the other thing. And then if it does that, we can have it check what number it's on. And then the specific numbers that it's on, one of them is right, so it'll only run numbers with that, maybe? That's really confusing. That would definitely speed up the process, but that's very confusing. Let's move on to the next one. Research this technology to finish the game? The answer to life, the universe, and everything? Holy guacamole, we're at the end of the game. I can't believe it. Wow. It almost feels a little bit sudden, but this tech will take an extremely long amount of time. What the heck? That is absurd. Like, that's crazy. That's so long to make that. Like hours and hours and hours and hours, I would imagine, right? 9,600 activations, 120 seconds. I guess we can divide it by the amount of labs we have. What do we have? 24 labs right now. Assuming I didn't put it in wrong, which I don't think I did, it would take 457 minutes or hours. I'm guessing minutes. That feels like a crazy amount of hours. Granted, we can always scale up our size, but that is a absolutely absurd requirement. Plus, the amount of packs you need is really, really high. So I guess there's just something we want to start sooner than later. Oh, I divided by 42 instead of 24 as well, so it's actually going to be even higher than that. We'll worry about that later on. Most important thing is to get this going, because we can't even make the complete annihilation cards yet. That's the only other science we have. We have unlimited mining productivity and stuff, but it looks like it's very scale up, ultra, what is it called? Mega Factory. I was gonna say Ultra Base, which is not quite right. I can't believe we have the endgame thing. That really shocks me. Regardless, let's focus back in. So this is going to output an ultra dense debris. If we can get the ratio right, I can skip combinators mostly. Not entirely, I don't think, but mostly. So this outputs a debris. We'll have this times 8. I'm not going to set up the times 8 yet, but we're going to assume we have 8 debris coming out here each time it activates. I mean, it'll just go back to 256, right? This is 320 activations. You make 256. You take 4 each, so it's 1-to-1. We actually need to run it more times than necessary, which is unfortunate, or more times than it actually produced in the beginning. So we'll do 256 normally. We'll need to do the difference of 256 and 320 for running it through the process again. But the rest of those should be able to move on. I wish it was only 256 needed. That'd make it a lot simpler. We can't proud mod anything here, unfortunately, so it looks like our rules are going to be very specific. Antimatter is like normal matter, except that its elementary particles have opposite charges. When matter and antimatter come into contact, their charges cancel each other out. The entire mass is converted into energy. At CERN, very small amounts of antimatter are produced for research purposes. Oh, that's pretty cool. I had no idea that was a thing. I mean, I've heard the word antimatter before, but I was unaware as to what antimatter truly was. I think it's probably better for us to build with the forbidden ziggurat being the center rather than everything cascading downward for the sake of brevity and simplicity. How it grip Mudkip? That one's kind of spicy. How's it going? Calculator. Trying to see if I can weasel my way out of having to do too much here. Not divided. 320 minus 256 is how much? 64. It makes sense. It's always 64. That's how it always goes. There's always 64. This mod loves the number 64. 64 is very easily dividable by 8. Because it's 8 times 8. So if I have 8 lines out and we need 64 of them, then I can have each quadrant run 8 of them, which should be very doable with a incrementing combinator. So if I have the output here, override stack size, we can have it be 8 specifically. I think 1 is probably easier to read. And then combinator. How the heck did I do combinators yesterday? I did so much stuff. Let's grab a constant combinator for now. So you read that. I want you to increment up to 8 specifically. I'm hoping to design one of these so we can just slam it around. My logic here, though, is rather than have it be dedicated to one, if I'm having 8 outputs, which is my plan right now, each of these should only need to pull out specifically 8 of them. And I can have it increment. I think I know what I want to do here. I'm going to just make it cyan for now. So I can have this read this one as well. I mean, would that one even matter? I need to figure out a way to make it increment and then reset. This one should only activate whenever all this stuff runs. I only want it to activate once. I mean, I could have it increment up to however much goes through each quadrant, which is the 256 times, or divided by 8, which is 32. It's really only 32 in each quadrant. That doesn't feel right. That's crazy. Wait, that doesn't make any sense either. Is my math completely wrong somewhere? That has to be wrong. Something must be wrong here. If 256 goes out and it's divided by 8 and goes in 8 quadrants, that means there's 32. That means each of these needs to activate 10 times. No, that does make sense because I'm having them... No, it doesn't make any sense. No, it does make sense. Okay, okay. So I'm only going to want 2 more activations each time? I thought I wanted 8 more activations each time. Ay, my poor brain. 256 divided by 8 means 32. 32 comes through here. 32 get processed. Each of these are 1-to-1, so this activates 32 times, this activates 32 times, this activates 32 times. No, that doesn't make sense. Does it? Does it actually just balance out perfectly? Am I really lost in the sauce here? That does, yes. Okay, cool. So it's 32 activations. Then we need 2 extra for each corner. No, because there's 8 corners. So it'd be more than 2 per corner extra? So it's 64. So it was 8 more per corner, but that still doesn't feel right to me for some reason. These numbers are really messing with me. We would need... Wait. 256 divided by 8 is 32. There's only 8. I don't know why I'm multiplying it by 10. Okay. Times 8 is 256. Of course it is. That makes sense. And everything's making sense. I'm just lost in the sauce. Why did another train... Oh my gosh, that train ran out of fuel trying to blow up that. That's actually the saddest thing I've ever seen. What a waste of fuel, too. I gotta figure out how to fix the train smashy stop at one point. I didn't know it broke so bad. I mean, I kind of had a hunch that this happened before, but still. Okay, so I just want this to activate 8 times. What is the easiest way to make this want to activate 8 times? An incrementing number for sure, but what are you going to read to make that number increment? I could also just have it so the stack size is equal to 8 specifically and only activate once. But I think it'll only activate if there's a total of 6 items in there, right? Or 8 items, I don't know why I said 6. Okay, you have a filter. That's so valid of you. I guess you're just disabled, actually. No, you will go off on your own. Is there a stack limit? I don't see a... Oh, okay, no, I could set the stack size there, but no. We'll do it for 1 then, because it'll be easier to read. So it'll make 8 items go across here and then turn off. I guess I can just have it so that these both read. And this will check, we'll say matter units. So if this is... No, that wouldn't work quite well either. I could just check the hand itself, I suppose. What if I have this equal to 8, or I guess less than 9, we'll say. So if this is less than 9, I need to make sure that we feed it in such a way that it can read. So I wanted to go in here first, have it feed into itself, and have it feed that information out to here. I think. Alright, let me put one of these in and see if it starts incrementing. It didn't. I always mess up how to do these ones specifically. I don't know why. Oh, did I guess I could do hold? No, I want pulse for sure. But surely that should have pulsed there, right? Why does this not pulse? I remember having trouble with this before. Let's go look at our other setup to see how I ended up reading it. I'm so glad this still works. I'm really proud of this still. This is getting X because it's feeding into itself and receiving an X pulse from this every now and then, and an X pulse from this. But why are you maintaining that specifically? What makes you maintain your X? Is it because it's coming from another combinator? Maybe that could be. I mean, my other setup does have 2 combinators. This doesn't really need to go like that, does it? Is it because it needs to be a different cable going out there instead of the red one? Oh no, it's because I have the rule stupid, don't I? It was resetting over and over again. I figured it out. Right? No? Yes, no, no. I didn't figure it out. I'm actually not smart. I'm gonna set you on hold for now. Okay. You're outputting 1. Why are you not incrementing? It must be that it needs to go through a separate one first. I don't totally understand these things, to be honest. I'm going to copy that one over there. What if you output to here? Okay, let's try to use this instead. My poor brain is really, really lost today. Okay, so you're getting cube because it's a constant combinator. That makes sense. If I toggle it, you don't increment upwards. But you're feeding into yourself. I thought that was the rule for making these combinators store their stuff, is by feeding into themselves. So why are you not doing it? It's not a rule. I mean, I guess I don't have a rule for it. That's less than 9. But you lose the 9. Oh, is it because I'm not outputting it? Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. This sucks. I hate it. Of course, that's what it was. That makes sense. Okay, I actually love how decider combinators sound when you do some full stuff. Okay. I was being dumb. I didn't actually set the thing. I'm always ahead of myself with these combinators, I swear. They're really tough to learn. Cool. So now that that's working, we can set this like we had before. That's how you do it. It's just make sure you have the output be the same as the input. So now we can change this over to here. We're going to just empty it really quick. I guess we could output whatever we want technically. So now if this goes, it doesn't increment. I guess I can try to run it through a value instead. I guess we'll do the X thing again. I swear I just made this work and now it doesn't work. Okay. You know what? Let's just take it a few steps back. Is it sending signal? It was before, I thought. Apparently not. My goodness. I appreciate the help. Don't worry, you're doing great. I don't feel like I'm doing great. I want you to pulse and send your contents, buddy. That's not lighting up literally at all. It reads the hold, but I don't really want it to read the hold. Oh my gosh, I have it on 1. Unbelievable. I don't know how this stuff keeps changing. There we go. It just kept resetting. Alright, that's fine. Look, I'm new to this, alright? Yes, I was outputting it to less than 1. I don't know why I was. But I figured it out. I'm a little bit slow to the party. Cool, so now this is incrementing how I want to. Very useful, very good. So I can set it so that this is looking specifically for, what was it? Ultradense constituent or concentrate, not constituent. And then that'll increment upward and output a signal. And we can have it, whoops, we want that to go to the back of there actually. We can have it so this is looking for this value, and if this value is equal to 0, then that can be outputting something which will disable it, hopefully. Okay, so enable disable, and we'll base it on cyan being equal to 0. I guess equal to 1? No, 0 should be fine. So now, every time... I guess I'll have to make this a bit longer to make this work too. Oh, I didn't actually make you... Right, I changed that. My bad, my bad. I was like, wow, that's so weird. It's just incrementing upward. Sign is 0 now. I guess I need it to be equal to 9 instead. I'll have to have it read going out through here, maybe. I vote you set it to less than 3. That's cute. Okay, so that worked. Kind of. I don't think the number was right. And then I can just have it reset some way. So currently it's at 9. If it increments once more, it'll turn off. I can have the other increment be the ending of it, which will reset it. So if I make it that... I can have it read for hypercube, I suppose. Thank you for the pet, D'Amico. I appreciate the giant corporeal, or would it be corporeal? Phantasmal hand directly above me. It does bring me great joy. If I have you read this belt here, and we'll check for cube specifically is equal to 1. I guess we'll do an inserter. It always works better in my head because we can pulse an inserter. I obviously don't want cube specifically here, so we'll use something that isn't cube. We'll just use purple belt is equal to 1. So I'll look at belt is equal to 1. Then output one of these specifically. And so if the purple belt goes through here, oops, I forgot to actually make it function. If the purple belt goes through here, I should make it read something else actually. We should be using X's and stuff, probably. This is gonna overread, right? If it outputs a 1. No, this should be fine, right? It should only output the signal once and then immediately break. So if that goes through, you didn't read it. You don't have a read contents. Totally valid. Leave your best life. Don't let me tell you how to live. This should kick on now. Okay, never mind. It doesn't kick on. Why don't you kick on? Oh, because I'm not putting belts through. Now live your best life. Why did it go all wacky mode? Because this is one outputting. It would make sense, I guess. I was thinking about how one extra input might break it. This wire here, I think, is what gunks it up. I guess if I make it symbols, it'll be easier. This will put out an X. We did X's before. Cyan is to start stop on it. Let's output an X specifically. I guess deny, whatever it's called. We'll have this read for deny as well. Let me see if that works. Are you not reading at all anymore? Oh, right. You're not going to out... No, you should still output denies, right? Oh, but you're feeding into yourself, so you're not going to be able to output denies. Unless I have one right here feeding... That just outputs as denies on its own, which should be fine. Maybe that's extra, though. I think I'm getting too wacky. But then will this break it, too, unless there's a reset? I mean, I could set a reset pretty easily, though. But is this just an extra that does nothing step, effectively? This condition is always going to be accurate. So this will always increment upward and it'll output a deny here. Does that just skip this step altogether? I mean, it's just input counting it. This is effectively the same thing. Whoops. Maybe we can just skip it all together. Back to work now? Good luck. Thanks for popping in. So... does this increment each time one goes through? No. Oh, because it always resets because it's always right. Duh. Oh my gosh, my poor brain. I don't know the best way of setting this up. I know I did one before. Have a good cube. I appreciate it. You have a good cube too. Is that like telling your waiter thanks you too when they say enjoy your meal? I guess that's x is equal to 9. I can make it greater than or equal to 9. I guess I really need the X to go over to that one, don't I? No, because that needs to reset it, so it needs to go over there. I think that might be fine, though. You're reading hand contents. Oh my gosh, why are you not incrementing now? I hate circuits, I hate them so much. They don't make any sense. What am I doing wrong? Read hand contents, pulse, perfect. You are greened over to here. And yet you are not incrementing anymore. Gosh, it's like learning all over again from the beginning. It's like I've learned nothing. You are reading. You successfully pulse your input there. But you're supposed to be like memory celled, buddy. What are you doing? I guess the input count needs to be identical, right? No, of course. I changed that. I forgot. No, it doesn't. I give up. That's a joke. But really, why isn't this reading? You're reading it on hold, but you're not pulsing it anymore. They have the condition dumb. It's because I have the condition dumb. Never mind. Oh my gosh, I keep having it backwards. All right, this is fine. Cool. This will increment upward. Gosh, it feels like I didn't do any of the stuff yesterday. This will keep going up once it reaches a specific output. In this case, we'll have this just be this equals to 9. Then output's blue. Now it's outputting blue, so that won't run anymore. And it will reset once this goes through here, and it should function fine again. I'm outputting the wrong thing. This is fine. I keep getting mixed up. I keep thinking I can use a symbol to output, I'm just gonna call it ice cream for some reason. I keep thinking I can use a symbol to output, but I know it needs to be the exact same thing to go upward. Why are you not outputting? Because I'm putting the wrong material in. That's fine. So you output it to 10. I need it to be 1 lower. Whoops, make that 9 instead, and then that should reset. Hopefully. Or I can send a separate signal to reset. Oh, no, I should send a separate signal. That's totally what it should be. That'll just output one other thing. This will be an AND condition. This will be and x is equal to 0, which is always going to be correct normally. Or will it reset on its own when it passes 9 if I do this? Okay, it turned off. It won't reset at all now because x equals 9. Or 9 of them have gone through. I guess I should make this 8 instead. Then it becomes blue and it stops. Let's make this over to 8 instead. Then 8 things would have gone through here, I think. Then it outputs blue to turn off as soon as that... Whoops, please don't remove that. That's the most important thing here. Okay, so... this will output X specifically. Oh no, they've gotten stuck because they ran out of some material. I have to go swing by. I thought I set up a rule so it wouldn't do that. That'll output X very, very briefly. And that X needs to go here. And then when it outputs that X, it should reset in theory, right? No. Did it output X properly? I put in the wrong X. That's on me. That one's on me. It output what it needed to. I think we have it working this time. And now it resets. Okay, great. I understand what I did now. Now if I put a bunch of this stuff here, it should reach a limit for how many it can output. Once it puts exactly 8 of them out, it'll output that cyan symbol, which will tell this to stop. And then once the cube successfully goes through this final line here, that rule will reset. So it'll only put out exactly 8 of them to go through the cycle again. Okay, that works. This logic absolutely works, which is cool. You can flush the signal whenever. We don't need it to run right now. This should work in theory. So it's actually set it what it needs to be now. So the input needs to be ultra-dense debris specifically is what we're looking for. Ultra-dense debris. And then the cube. And this should logically work. Granted, we will need to connect all of this combinator to the cube everywhere, but this should work. And then this will output an X to turn it off. The X kicks on, this resets, and then it can run each time. Whew, that was a lot more complex than I was expecting. Let me optimize Fighter and go fix the cube real quick. I thought I had set a rule so it would only come around here when there was enough materials to justify it. It appears we're out of advanced engine units or advanced motor units, which does not surprise me too much. But I'm a little bit confused because it should have had a combinator saying, hey, don't swing by. Okay, it's not engine units, it's spectral processors. So it's not outputting it, so... Oh, we're backed up on drive units. Oh, wow. No, we're not backed up on drive units? Wait, what? So I see the drive units go out here, and the drive units go out here. It appears to me that this doesn't have an output for drive units, which doesn't make any sense, because this is run like countless times. So I don't believe it, to be honest. Like, it's true, it must be simply. But this is run many, 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 many times naturally. So I don't know how that's even possible. Those are out of spectral processors though. Right, it makes sense since the priority shifted a little bit. I'm gonna have it so that it can run a few times, I guess. We'll change the rule. Normally I only had it for one. Let's make it so it's at least 300 of each, just to play it safe. I didn't think about saturating the belt and the consequences that could theoretically have. I'll go manually put it back. It was my mistake after all. Feed those bad boys back where they need to go. Give me some cubes. Love me some cubes. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, that should be fixed just fine for it. Okay, so 8 from each side will go through the cycle again. So those 8 will need to come around here. We can move this not combinator. Gosh, everything is a combinator to me now. This substation. Move that upwards. The 8 extra ones will come around here. And they will simply re-enter the process once more. Great. The tiny little cubes are so friendly, little guys. It's so true. So this works for what I want. So the extra of these, now that we've solved the problem of getting, this is exactly enough ultra dense sap. No more, no less. This is exactly enough to run the process. I don't really see a reason for us to have extra. There's no more, no less. All of them will travel to the next part of this very confusing line of operations. It's going to be... Wait, no, we haven't done the sap yet. Have we done the sap? Is this the sap? Really? We've done the sap already. Maybe I'm a genius after all. Okay, so this is where it gets funky. But maybe really, 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 really easy. Maybe. Doubtful, but maybe. So we need to get a 4:3 ratio of concentrate and particulate. To make concentrate, we do this process over here. Easy enough, right? Oh my gosh, it's actually really easy. It's like profoundly easy, I think. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my, I think it's really easy. If we put down one more of these, right? Is it that simple? And then I just remove one of these. Does that work? These normally take 4 particulates. So I will be making 3 of them and then passing 4 through. It's going to be very easy, actually, I think. I hope. Assuming my mind's not wrong about this, but I think I'm right. I thought this was going to be way worse, but this makes sense. They all get crushed again because they've reformed at this point into the normal thing, right? Let me go look at the recipe again. They become debris again. They run through here. Exactly 1/4 of them will remain as such, and then 3/4 of them, oh, I can skip all that really confusing circuitry. 3/4 of them will be reformed into this concentrate. Now, I don't need to insert that there, I don't think. Oh my gosh, that's so convenient. I thought that was going to be way worse. I hope it works. It makes sense in my head, at least. Certainly going to save a few times before we go through this one, because I'm not very confident in how it's going to come out. So we want our alternate matter units. We've got that, and then these are easy. This actually is really not that bad. That combinator might be the most complex part. It's going to be a really, really, really big build, though. I'm going to move this compactly over here for now. These are very negotiable on where they are. We can move them basically wherever. This will have to be wherever the off belt is for like when the cube reforms at the end to restart the process to allow it again. But I don't even think we need circuitry over here. This being said, I would really prefer to keep this as small as possible because this build is already quite gargantuan and we're going to need to do this 7 more times. So if we can keep it kind of on the nose, we may as well. How many loaders do we have in storage? Can I use the blue loaders for this build? I assume we have a full box of them. 300, perfect, good enough. So we'll call for a loader here as well. This part can be disassembled because it's old news on that one. I could theoretically bring this around more too. No, this is fine. One of the biggest issues time-wise is the cube going through here, which we're doing in 8ths, which we've already decided. But we need to bring... So all of them are going to be processed in electric furnaces after this step. Wait, what? Is that really a furnace thing? Holy guacamole, that's a crazy recipe for a furnace. We're going to have to make sure that they distribute properly. Alternatively, just having like very minimal furnaces will keep it a lot simpler. It's possible for these furnaces to not... We're going to need more circuitry, dang it. I was really hoping we'd be able to avoid it, but it's possible because these furnaces take in so many things that one of them can take in, you know, 4 of these or 3 of these or whatever. And the other one might take in, I guess it'd be like 5 and 2, and the other one take in another one, and they just kind of get stuck in here. Doesn't matter how much of this goes in. Ooh, the sap also kind of matters. Maybe I should overproduce the sap. No, it should be fine if our piping is equal. So the furnace's recipe is 1 per second, which is slow. We'll have 8 of them. How many of those do we need? Well, there's 64 composites. The furnace stack is actually so scary. I thought this was kind of easy breezy from here on out. The issue is we can't read inside any machine. So like we can't go activate until this is up to 4 and then activate until this is up to 3, right? So having 1 furnace will keep it very simple. I would hope that having an even distribution of furnaces would be fine, but if the inserters don't swing quick enough to get everything, it might end up kind of ugly at the end. Granted, this problem, other than the fluid, is really, like, I really thought it's gonna be bad. I mean, the fluid can also get stuck too, but like, if the concentrate gets stuck, I can move it, but if the fluid gets distributed where it's fine. Too scary, just use 1 furnace and wait. That's kind of where I'm feeling right now, to be honest. I was hoping to make perfect ratios, but it might be smarter to just keep making the sap. Maybe not. I mean, 1 furnace 8 times. Let's genuinely run the numbers. We make 1 per second of these. Let me bring up the calculator again. I shouldn't have closed it in the first place. I identify this, but that's fine. So I'll bring up the Factoriopedia. To make these, we need 8 of them. We need 64 of these to make our cube once more, right? Right, so it's 64 times 8. 512 of these that we need to make in total, so... Right, 256. It's always 256 or 64 every time. So these need to run 256 times. Divide that by 8, and that's 32 times each. Which is a full minute. I mean, it's actually not that bad. Unless I messed up something somewhere. It feels kind of bad running 1 furnace. Oh no, we can speed module it though. That would make a significant difference. But it feels so like scuffed using 1 furnace, but I am actually tempted to do 1. Like, I know we were kind of like memeing about it before, but I think that would be a lot simpler. Could theoretically beacon it too. How bad are the fancy speed modules to make? I haven't researched them, obviously. Well, I'd have to do this process to start with to get them anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure I made speed 2s and stuff. Let me go ahead and continue bringing power over as well. So this is 1 per second normally. Speed 2s are what, 20%, 30%? I think we have some coming over. We apparently have no speed 2s. All right, great. I mean, we can make them really easily, so I'm surprised we don't. Did I never set up a maker for it in the mall? I guess I didn't. They're really inexpensive, so I'm surprised that I didn't. I guess I just didn't feel like dealing with the throughput. Either way, I can manually make them in the meantime. Oh, that's what I did last time, I remember. Let's request some speed modules. And then we'll request some crystals as well. And we'll start making them ourselves. It seems the base has been running on its own. Oh my gosh, you still haven't blown that up. We don't have guns. We don't have grenades. I think we have cliff explosives. Wait, no, you have blown that up before. Are you swinging back for another round? Because that was like almost empty before. I mean, it was like the same emptiness. What are you doing to cause this? You're going to rare earth metal pickup 1. We're going to car smashy stop. Okay, you physically can't even come down here, thinking about it. So let's fix that so that you can actually like feasibly train for a little bit. I realized that just completely shut down in the meantime. I just don't get why the car smashy stop broke. I guess because it went through here. And this one's like probably sitting here, so it just queues up back here for a little bit. It doesn't get enough acceleration to pull through. But how does it get part way through? That's what I want to know. They must replace as it's going through. Because like it blows up the front one. Or maybe this one never got placed. It's just been here for a long time. Do I produce repair packs? Is that what it is? No, I don't. I didn't think I did. Because this train right now doesn't actually do anything besides swing by. It could also just have too many cargo wagons, but I don't think that's a problem. Honestly, we're kind of eking out a little bit of value here too. Getting this more full before it breaks. I can't believe we're almost at the end of Ultra Cube. Like, this feels like it's going to be pretty daunting, and the last science to win takes kind of like 5 ever. But still, it feels like, I don't know. I kind of felt like it was going to go on forever. I just realized these inserters can't feed, but these two can, or this one can, where the car is. I had moved it before, so that's my own fault. That's what's happening. They're placing it in between every time. I was wondering why it looked like it barely moved before. Oh, that's diabolical. I didn't know they could do that. We have to do something about that. That's very funny. It wasn't a problem before, since it would take time to come over, but now that it's there, they're just waiting to place another train and make it blow up, or place another car. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. It's just like a really inefficient one. It wastes a pretty tremendous amount of fuel, though, which is annoying because it ran out of fuel last time. Do I have any car fuel on me? Let's see if we can fuel this up real quick. Oh, okay. That's spicy. That is a spicy cargo wagon. Do not touch the cargo wagon. That is a spicy cargo wagon confirmed. Alright, I gotta take some of your fuel and put it in here, because you are not even being loaded properly, my friend. Why are you not loading? Waiting for train? Oh, I see. That's actually quite funny. That explains why those aren't loading. That one's a little tougher to negotiate. You know what? This is fine. Probably. Hoping that with those extra rail signals, it'll get enough speed to just kind of rip through both of them. The issue is that it might hit this one and then lose a lot of acceleration as well. I could just like, wait, what? Why is this not dilutioning it? That's under 20k is the rule. That's under 5k, buddy. We should just be doing this instead. What are we doing here? That's dramatically more efficient. We can just get rid of the car altogether if this is just going to do the same thing. I didn't realize how reliant we were on the car. I thought the car was like the backup issue. Alright, at least the train's running again. We all have to recheck on it, potentially at some point. Hopefully it'll refuel by then. Oh, it might not have any fuel at its stop, actually. Not my problem right now. Let's go back to focusing on the build we were doing before. We're definitely gonna need to craft a bunch of crushers, so I guess I'll do those passively. How do you make them? Motor units for earth metals. We're going to need a bunch for this build, so I'm gonna actually add to the mall for the first time in a very, very long time. I know that's kind of crazy since I haven't touched it in so long. Can I somehow steal from this belt? It looks like it's possible, albeit a little bit annoying. Cool. This belt has 2 of the things we need on it. We'll make this crushers, and then we'll use an extremely long-handed filter inserter. Perhaps it was just because I wanted to say extremely long-handed filter inserter again. Then we'll put that into a box, because we're going to need a bunch of crushers, and I know we don't have them automated, and I don't really want to handcraft all of them. I should have set this up a long time ago, and I didn't, and I understand that, and I'm sorry for what I did. But it's way too late to go back on it. I will handcraft a few extremely long-handed filter inserters and trash one of them, so it'll go there and be just fine. So back to our build. Let us go ahead and handcraft some modules as well. The issue with modules in this is that there's only a 15% chance each craft to actually get one of the upgraded modules, which is a little bit annoying. So if I have one machine... Okay, cool. We rolled them really quick. This is 1.7%. It's almost doubled. That'll cut down on the 60 seconds to 30. Honestly, I think I'm going to just stick with one for now. I mean, we could set up stuff, but it's really the fluid I'm worried about. I'm not as concerned about other stuff. I can figure out how to make it so the inserters will only put in so much. It should be pretty simple. We can use the same logic here where it reads how many times the inserter picks up, and then the inserter kicks off after 4 or 3 respectively. And then when the matter unit comes out, it resets and goes again. Totally doable. My big fear is that these machines will take sap, right? I don't know what the insertion limit for the sap's going to be. It doesn't have like a number on it. So if this store is like 10 sap in it or something, it could mean that it gets kind of gubbed up down the line. Maybe. It also might just be fine. I don't know. I'm glad that I learned how to do this though. This is a very helpful thing to figure out. We'll just keep crafting these speed 2s in hopes that we pop out more of them as time goes on. We're going to want 16 of them if we stick with 1 each. I'm going to spare turn remote back down there. Hopefully we won't accidentally repair the car on the way, because that would be silly. Wonder if I could use something less tanky than a car to store the stuff. Is the cube stuck? No, it's running. Okay, cool. Cool. Right? Must be waiting for steam or something. No, it outputs steam. Is there too much steam? Why are you taking so long, cube? Not enough water and too much steam is not what I expected. It's really the water fills up so slow. Should be fine. It'll take a little bit extra time, but it should be fine enough. Okay, back to where we were before. We want this to be 8th. We'll have this in the center. We'll need the legendary... this thingy to go over here. We want the beacon somewhere as well, but we can worry about that later. So I want to set up this basic area for now. So it's going to be 2, 2, 2, 2. Probably want to center that so it looks nicer. And it's the basic antimatter units, which is fine. That's easy enough to output. Single thing up here and have it be filtered for basic antimatter unit. Wonderful. So the requisite stuff goes out. We make these ultra dense matter units, which will all need to coalesce ideally in, I guess, the upper right corner, since that's where things are. And then when those all make it over there, assuming we're just using one furnace for now, we might use more, but for now, one will be sufficient enough. We'll need to make ultra dense composite, which is super easy. It is simply 8 ultra dense matter units into in one consciousness, which is bottled in n-dimensional widgets, but those are not really an issue, into our composite, and then a flask 50% out, which is, I think, anytime we've made bottled consciousness ever, it's had that, so it's fine. Super simple. So we need fabricator. I guess I'll go to map mode here. The question becomes, where do we want to fabricate these? And then how do we make the final step? Oh, I want to say it's in a folding engine, right? It is, perfect. I guess we can just do it on site. I mean, okay, there's 2 ways to look at this, right? I could add the crafting at the end of the chain over here, but if I do that, we end up having to belt everything over. It's probably better to just have this in the upper right area here. This area is like a hypothetical. We'll move everything quite a bit by the time we're done. And then we just have... I mean, aesthetically, we can make it look cool, too. We could have 8 crafters around it. Do we need 8 crafters? I mean, every time we do 8 of something, it'll go into our ratio, so it'll probably be good. This one might be a little bit over the top, though, since this isn't going to be the center or anything. But it will kind of look cool. I know that looks really cursed, but bear with me. It's for aesthetic value. It might not be that good. I might not leave it, but we'll see. Okay, so this will be doing ultra dense composite. I think what I'll do for feeding it is 2 requester chests. Here and here, we'll say. We're not going to set them yet, but it needs consciousness and n-dimensional widgets at an equal ratio. Oh, but they're too close for me to belt under. I guess I can bolt around the side instead. That's fine. No big deal. We want it to look cool. We have a little bit of luxury to be able to make things look somewhat cool here. Coolish. Cool adjacent, you know? This goes around there. And then across here. I changed my mind on these ones. That's actually extremely gaudy, and I was wrong to think otherwise. Instead, I'll make the wiggliest wiggle of all time. This is the path that the iron gear wheel is going to take. I want to do something fun with him. This design's kind of... No, this is fine. This is fine. I was going to say it was kind of buns, but it's not actually buns. It's fine. Cool. So each direction will feed their own one, because there is 8 directions that are going to be doing stuff, and then they feed into one. So corner, we'll say this corner here would feed into that one. This corner down here would feed into that one. So this makes sense. This is cool. I like this final step here. It looks nice. And that should be very easy. So this section's done. It's going to be a very, very big build. I know I keep saying stuff like that, but it's really true. I'm going to cut this for now and store it, because this does not need to be on the board and takes up a lot of space. Now that we've cut that, let's also copy this, which is not done yet for the record. We're going to put it down there. And we'll cut that one, because we are going to have to move basically everything. A pretty significant amount at that. I wish they didn't try to give me all this stuff, but no big deal. I know they're just trying to help. They're good bots. You just gotta get to know them. So now, I'm going to cut this entire build. And we're going to pick a very large space. This looks to be a pretty okay area. We have cliff explosives, so that's not an issue whatsoever. We'll do it here. Put down our star that will be the middle of our setup here. And now we got to set up our quadrants. Or I guess it'd be octants, not quadrants. We could still cut them into quadrants if we prefer. I think a good way to line up might be like this. This is supposed to be lined up with the edge of the machine. There we go. This one's a lot easier. I mean, I guess it's not a lot easier, but it's a little bit. That appears to be the edge of the machine. Cool, so that's half of it done. I could mirror them as well. For aesthetic value, would that look nice? Hold on. Kinda, yeah, it looks like super good. I mean, it'll make the piping weird though, right? No, the piping will be fine. Alright, let's get rid of that then. I don't think this will be negative. I'm trying to think of the downsides of rotating it for aesthetic, but it looks like it should be fine. So boom, that connects like that. Can we successfully put them upward? I'm thinking no, I think I put them way too close. I definitely put them way too close. Let's move these back a little bit. Obviously, I don't want to move it too far back, but being able to fit all the machines is pretty important. Something we can do now too is just bring these back around a little bit. I think we want to bring them one more back, right? I think that's the right ratio there to make a nice looking setup. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. This is way too gargantuan. Maybe not, but it feels wrong. This is not lined up. No, it is lined up. There's just stuff on the edge that's throwing me off, I think. I'm trying to use this for reference. No, it's not lined up. It's a little bit off. That one's got to go one higher. Just really unlucky watching all the bots place it right now. Sorry, little bots. I appreciate your hard work. But do it again. There we go. That looks better. So now we should be able to just rotate it around and line it up on the corner. And yeah, it doesn't line up. So, oh, there we go. I messed up that one. I was like, it should be easy to just put them together now. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. Maybe I could have made it more compact. Yikes, I didn't realize it was going to be that big. It's probably fine. I mean, this is like the last big thing you have to do, so maybe having it be like effectively a big old monument is not that bad. But it does feel suspect if nothing else. Wait. Oh no, I have to redo it. I guess I don't technically have to, but I want to redo it. I thought I had these ones flipped. Why aren't they flipped? Heck. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll just dismantle these and restart. I mean, the area should still be fine, I think. I hope. These do still line up. Okay, perfect. This should be fine then. That's better. Now they all kind of look inwards. It looks cool now. Like a cross or something. Kind of reminds me of throwing stars from Maple Story, which is an absolute blast from the past. I did not think I'd be thinking about Maple Story today. That's for gosh darn sure. Hopefully this is enough Roboport coverage. I don't know if we'll quite reach the middle or not for the build. I guess we don't technically need it, but this will be better than nothing. Okay. It looks like something important, if nothing else. It looks very important. What are we missing? Bunch of combinators. We shouldn't be missing any loaders, right? There's no way we just use 300 loaders. I don't believe that. No, there's plenty. I can go handcraft a bunch of combinators. We never set up combinator makers, in spite of the fact they're really, really easy to make, apparently. So bizarre that this fills with water so slowly. You'd think it'd be fine, but then I look at it, and it's just taking forever for the water to kick in. Right, let's go back to crafting some more of these speed modules as well. T5 to T8 combat relics for Ts. What do you think of them, T? Anything interesting? I haven't checked them out or anything yet today. So I am interested. Let's do our forest planner. I wish that would include mountains. It's a shame that it doesn't. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but it is a little bit inconvenient. Insane? That's very positive, I hope. It seems vaguely positive, at least. How did our Roboport coverage end up? I am standing in, like, the one tiny dead zone that exists. That's remarkable. I can store a few in here, I guess. That'll help clear it out for sure. Can we handcraft any more of those? Some of them. Some of them. Still need a metric butt ton, so may as well keep sending it on them for now. Ceradom in T8, which is the one you get for Sarah spec, is every weapon is treated as T120. Oh, that's interesting. That seems like it could lead to some fun stuff. Distilleries. 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 Did I have a request for stone bricks? I don't think I do, actually, surprisingly enough. Oh, no, I do up there. Cool. I just missed him. Oh, those don't have power yet. I was like, why aren't those Roboports popping off? I figured it out. What's a good way to make power look okay? I guess just putting them in the corners here should be fine. I really want the wiring to look nice. And I think this is the last major build we're gonna do, right? Maybe, hopefully. I mean, hopefully not, I don't know. I really enjoyed Ultra Cube. I'm not exactly rushing to get done with it. But I am daunted by this upcoming task, admittedly. Because, my goodness, it's gonna be a doozy. Okay, so let's handcraft some distilleries. We don't need many of them, so I'm not sweating it too hard. Now that we're in Roboport range, our stuff should be regularly resupplied, which will be good. How are you still stuck there, Cube? That water feels so slow. How much do you make each time? Is it 1,000 or 100? It's only 100. Ah, it's fine. You're doing your job there. Maybe I should have you swing by there sooner than later. Okay, let us go ahead and start getting the distribution belts good to go. I really hope this goes as evenly as I expect it to. It should. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. My understanding of how loaders work, at least. I should be able to copy this part of it and just line it up between the machines as such. Whoops, that one's not right. Wait, why is that not right? Oh, okay, it's because I have to flip it horizontal. That makes sense. Cool, 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 cool. So now flip that one horizontal. That lines up good-ish. Put it over there. Get rid of those belts. I need to make sure that these eventually connect over to where the cube ends up at the end to reset as well. This kind of reminds me of making the spaceship in Space Age. Like, very similar vibes, where I'm setting up this, like, massive thing that I'm going to pray works, and if not, it gets blown up by an asteroid, which would be a little bit unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. I believe we have chemical plants automated, but I think that we're probably out of metals to make them. Oh no, we're out of glass. What a surprise. I guess it's just so slow. That's no issue then. Can speed mod that and just let it go a little quicker. Speaking of, we should go back to crafting some more speed mods, and hopefully we can end up with a satisfying amount before reaching the conclusion. I don't think we need too many more anyway. It's only 9 more. Can we drive on me? I have 4. Yeah, we'll be done in no time. Should be just fine. How many more distilleries do we need? It looks like 5. Go back to crafting more distilleries. Whenever we get stone bricks. I should just make the request higher, but I don't want to fill my inventory with too many stone bricks. It's already so full all the time anyways. Are we out of stone bricks? Ah, the supply range is actually fairly slow. I'm gonna go grab my own stone bricks. Never mind. I got impatient. Still my favorite build. Don't tell my other builds that. I was pretty sure we made stone bricks somewhere around here. Cool. Looks like to the west. Oh my gosh, there's glass right here too. I was waiting for bots to bring over glass. Silly me. Okay, so I just need to make one more distillery, which is a very small amount of glass. Boom. The distilleries are done now. I don't have those automated. I didn't really want to automate them because we don't need that much of them anyway, so this should be fine. I'm concerned that our build is going to be too slow. But other than that, it should be fine. But it might be too slow, which would be very unfortunate. The chem plants will come passively over time. I'll do the modules myself, which is no big deal. The crushers should come over time. I can put combinators in trash and they should... Actually, I can probably just walk over and do them myself too. There we go. Put some in the trash anyways. Cool, so everything else is just fine. These haven't been hit again yet, which is a good sign. Gosh, the cube really needs to spend less time over there, though. Like, I was, like, letting it go before, but my goodness gracious, it's been so long there. What's the demand looking for? 6,000? Another 19 iterations. It wouldn't be so bad if the water didn't make it so each, like, respective one took so long. I'm gonna make it 4K for now. I don't want it to spend that long here. 4K is plenty. I mean, it doesn't go there very often, but I'd rather it go there even less often than it goes now, to be honest. No visitation time. How are we doing on our modules? It looks like we need 3 more, so we'll handcraft a few more of those modules and hopefully get those set up post-hastedly. The chem plants, again, will be a little bit slow, but we still got plenty of stuff to do here. We haven't done any of the piping or anything, so there's still quite a bit to do. So we have water as our excess output, so we're going to want all of our water pipes to connect somewhere. Currently, they just kind of stick out here and then do nothing on each of the builds. So the most logical way is to have all of our pipes meet in a big ol' square outside. Now, before we do this, I want to figure out where we're going to put our end, our little squiggly wiggly over here. We could do it here, actually. Oh, Gleba music, my beloved. I'm feeling a little bit Glebcore today. How could you tell? This can go anywhere. Putting it in one of the corners will mitigate the time potentially, but I don't want to put it too close because if we're going to load one line to each, it's going to take a lot of belts. So what about like here? It will take a little bit for the belts to actually go out, but this way it's like disconnected from the system. Everyone can feed in. We can just have the belts looking nice going to where they need to go. We don't distress as much. Maybe I'll change my mind later, but I want to at least like get this set down before I start doing pipes and stuff. So let's work on our pipes. Thankfully, these pipes should be kind of... universal is not the right word for it, but once we set up one, it should be pretty easy to copy the pipe design on every other side. We do love a good T-junction here. So that's our water going out. That is going to be our mineral water going in, and then we need our ethanol going out as well. In addition to that, though, we also need this fluid going out. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a better way or a better spot for us to do ethanol. However, this is wrong anyways. It should be outputting here, clearly. We'll move this down over to here as well. There we go. We might have to manually do that on each side. I'm not really entirely sure how it's going to end up manifesting. And then we can have our fourth and final fluid output here. Maybe we'll move it so that they'll go out sequentially like this. That might be a little bit easier for us to visualize. Cool. So I guess that's our input for the ultra-dense sap. The sap outputs... Where does the sap output? Oh, no, right. This is the sap output. So we can actually input the sap. Heck, we can keep an isolated system for the sap even, so let's certainly do that. I didn't realize that's what was outputting there. Wait, that's not the sap. Where's the sap? There's the sap. Okay. So we do need those outputting still. Mineral water, ethanol, mineral water, sap. Great. Okay, so I was getting a little bit lost in the sauce there. We do need these ones we had before. Except... no, that should be fine. This is the sap one. Cool. We'll need to bring sap around still then, which I didn't do before. That's what was throwing me off, I think. I think we'll bring it down to here and then alongside here. Just so we can keep track of it easier. Whoops. Move that a little bit closer. We should probably have a storage tank. We should 100% have a storage tank. We don't need a particularly fancy storage tank, but we need at least some way to store it while we're here. This is sufficient, just sticking it on the end here. We can also put it along the line as well. It really shouldn't matter where we put it. Here is fine for the sake of space. Should be able to drain from the storage tank with no issue. This way we have a single isolated system, so each one will not take sap from the other one. It shouldn't anyways, because it should be 100% evenly distributed, but either way. Cool. So now that this is done, can I just flip this and then copy it over? I'm thinking the answer is probably no. So mostly yes, but not entirely, it looks like. These don't work well for it. Oh no, those were just messed up. Never mind. This showed me an issue I had. That's going to be the ethanol output there. Is that also ethanol on this side? It sure is. Great. So that ethanol is all connected. We should be able to do this across the line. The idea here is that if all of our pipes are connected, then we don't really need to stress it anymore. I guess we can just kind of send it along on this one, huh? Do that one in the middle too. Oh, those are already connected. Great. Cool, 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 cool. Kind of a cool looking array as well. Is it lined up? No, let's move that one down one then. Line it up, make it look a little nicer. So everything is connected now. This is an isolated system in itself, but all of our other fluids connect out into the middle here. So any pipe we connect should be able to be fine per side. Granted, it doesn't go around any corners or anything, which we'll probably want to set up later, but this should be a sufficient setup for what we want pipe-wise. So I'm going to copy this for now. You know what? Actually, maybe we'll do two sides and then we'll apply the corner pipes and then we'll do the other ones copied. I should probably put a note on what these are. It shouldn't matter too much as long as I don't mess them up, but we'll keep it simple. I'm not going to bother noting them for the moment. So this is going to be our ethanol going out. Ethanol going in, I should say. So I'm going to bring the ethanol over to here. I guess I could keep it tight to the side coming down here, huh? Whoa, what are all these pipes doing? I guess they're from something that doesn't exist anymore? Weird. Ah, okay, it's from when I copied it before. Never mind, that makes sense. I think. Sort of. It makes a little bit of sense. This side actually should have pipes. Somewhere. This got scuffed somewhere. It should be fixed when I copy paste it, hopefully. No, this one's also scuffed. What did I do here? Like, these pipes are definitely wrong here. Are these supposed to just be like over here? I don't know what happened over here. We'll have to remake this side and copy paste it though. I hopefully can just copy that, flip it horizontally, rotate it twice, and then just slam it down. It does seem to work. Cool. Don't know what happened before. Either way, easy enough to fix. Oh, we should do the pipes down here as well. I completely forgot about them. That is ethanol, so we don't actually want to connect that there, so we should be more careful about that. Regardless, it needs to kind of come out here, so we'll have it go along this way and then plug in there. So if we can, we'll have it go like that. We're almost certainly going to need pumps here too, which is a little bit unfortunate. Regardless, that is... Wait, that's not ethanol. What? Shouldn't that be ethanol? No, no, no. I had it right the first time. Cool. Ethanol, hook me up with a pipe. Catch me going for the delicious and nutritious ultra dense sap. Okay, so that is mineral water, which does connect to mineral water, which is good. All the mineral waters connect as well, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now the ethanol does not currently have an output and can only output in one really stinky spot. So we'll need to fix the ethanol. Ooh, that's actually really rough design-wise. I can use an elbow pipe here. I don't love doing it, but I can do an elbow pipe here. I don't favor it. And it does make me mad. This being said, me and pipes have never really gotten along in the first place, so... oh well. I'll have to get over it. Let's go ahead and drag this one down alongside our other one. This is normally the water line. Which one is the ethanol line? There it is. Okay, so now the ethanol can connect from the inner part. I completely forgot about piping these. I'm glad that we did these now instead of being like, it works, let's turn it on, and then the cube soft locks. That would have been unfortunate. Wonderful. So now that this is working, I don't love how these look either, so I'm going to redo the belts here, I think. That looks much nicer. Great, so... that looks good. The water doesn't go anywhere yet, though. Do I have a water pipe out here? I do have a water pipe out here. So let's go ahead and get the water out from here, and then once that's out, this one should be much easier to do now that we kind of have a foundation for how our stuff is looking on the inner side. Have it come down here. Figure out which one the water line is. It looks like it's over here. And then connect it over in the corner there. We are perfectly hydrated. Okay, so that was a lot worse than I expected it to be. Not like that bad, but still kind of really bad. How does it reslot if I just try to copy paste it? Honest to goodness, it looks fine. Great. There's some stray belts sitting around too. So these internals should all go out now. The inside looks nicer. This is still a placeholder belt I need to leave here for now. I guess I don't technically need to leave it there, but I will for the moment. We have the last... we don't have the last speed module too. I thought we had made it, but we did not successfully make it yet. I don't know which one of these needs it still. Perhaps I missed it and it was like the first one. There it is. Okay, we'll just chill by this and hopefully we'll craft it passively. So with all these pipings done, I should be able to copy it along, but let's do what I said before, where we're going to copy this section here, rotate it, apply it here. Looks like we missed some pipes around the edge over here, but that should be fine. What's going on at that corner, actually? Is that this? Is that what happened? Cool. Much better. I missed a lot on this side, so I'll just reapply it once we line it up. This side also lost some. That doesn't feel right. is supposed to be so easy and smooth. Yet everything I'm doing makes it feel like I'm breaking everything. There we go. We'll do some tree removal in the meantime as well. We can see a little bit more of our space. Definitely going to get some of those cliff explosives being used here. Almost certainly. Let us do our corners where they connect now. Interestingly enough, we should be able to bring things like the water and whatnot close together really early. Being that this is right here. Those connect super easy, right? What else can we connect early on? Looks like the ethanol should be like equally as easy, surprisingly. As well as the mineral water. Maybe my build is just genius. Hold on. As long as it's all connected further up, this should result in a perfect system of everything. In these specific materials, we do want a perfect system. We'll avoid doing it with the ultra dense sap. I always forget the name. Why sap? Sap is such a peculiar thing. Okay, so those are all connected. These should be like super systems of them now. There may be pumps required somewhere. If that's the case, we'll deal with it. Is there any other fluids up here that we don't have connected in a single line that spans the entire thing? The gas doesn't fully connect, does it? This just kind of goes inward and doesn't do anything. Oh, did I not finish that over here? No, I totes didn't finish it. Okay, cool. Let us go ahead and totes finish that instead. Is that the maximum distance? Whoops, that's the wrong side. Yeah, that looks to be about the max. Okay. Let's do some undergrounds there so we can walk through and for aesthetic. And then we have this connected, and we'll just have it go outward. We'll connect on the outer ring, I think. Okay, so now our unstable gas should also be connected outwards. Not into the corner yet. However, so far, everything connects except the unstable gas. So I just need to make it so the unstable gas goes into the corner and then connects downwards. If I do this, we should be basically done with the piping. I think. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. And if that's the case, I'm so happy because I cannot stand piping, to be honest. It's so annoying to do and so confusing for my little peanut brain. So the less of it I have to do, basically always the better. It appears the cube is stuck, which is something that I know I feel like I've said a pretty tremendous amount lately. I'm not proud of that fact, mind you, but it does appear to be that way. I assume it's because we're backed up on coal? Surely we haven't gone through all the deep core powder. We've gone through all the deep core powder. Okay, weird. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. I thought I set up a rule for that long ago. Regardless, we must go rescue the cube really quick. Is there not a rule checking for the deep core powder? I guess we use a lot more of it now. Maybe there's no rule for it. No, I don't see anything checking for deep core powder. How peculiar. Alright, so I'm going to take the cube and just send down its way for now. It spent eons at this stop, so the whole base has been kind of at a standstill, which is unfortunate. Does that stop not have a lower priority than the other one? The one that produces the deep core powder? It does. Alright, so that was just like a fluke. We just happen to be really low on it. Miko Kyo is back to be rude. Kyo shouldn't be rude. Hopefully everything is fine. Okay, so ethanol. Back to the ethanol. Or not ethanol. Ethanol is good. We need this stuff. How are you connected all the way around already? Wait, what did I do to connect you? Oh no, that's the wrong pipe. Okay. Never mind. We're still doing it in here. Cool. That connected there. It goes outwards. That goes down here. This goes into this corner here. I have not set up this connection yet, but it goes down here at least. I should be able to have this go to here, come around this corner like this, and then connect it. It should be that simple. I'm gonna hope, at least. I'm going to, once more, into the breach, copy this design, rotate it twice, try to figure out, a third time. There we go. Try to figure out how to line it up. Flip it. And then this should be that corner done. With the updated pipe here as well. I can't believe we haven't finished all the crushers yet. I guess we're fairly close. Gonna get rid of those notes for now as well. Does that connect there? It does not. Something got messed up. Why is the pipes like that? Is it because I flipped it? What went wrong there? They should not be double layered like that. I guess those are old pipes maybe. How strange. Then that pipe doesn't reach. Did I mirrored it? No, it should be fine. Maybe I got rid of the wrong set of pipes going down. Does the other side look good? Yeah, the other side looks fine. What am I doing? There we go. Okay, it was old pipes then. His issues watching the 3 cards you made. Ah, I see. Have fun making more cards and stuff. I appreciate you popping in. There we go. That should be better. I don't know what I gubbed up the first time. Maybe it was old pipes from an old design or something, or I pasted it wrong. Cool. So these are done. All the pipes should be hopefully mostly connected, if not entirely connected. Ideally entirely. My goodness, those pipes are still like really messy. I mean, the nice thing, I guess, is that they're done, and once we plug them in or plug them out respectively, it should be fine. Regardless of that, let us go ahead and copy once more, grab all of our piping, be very certain to grab it all this time. And now we'll put it over here, I think is the next one. So that looks good, but the piping on the other side is not done fully, which is fine. I think. Yeah, everything looks like it would line up where it needs to. So I'm going to go ahead and apply all the pipes now, and then we'll have to manually do these, but it should be, again, this simple. This part has me a little bit confused, though. Is it like this, and that one's just, like, weirdly done? That is what it is on that side. All right, cool. This is not fully connected. That needs one more pipe as well. My gosh, there's so many pipes to mess up. That's actually so scary now that I'm looking at it. That is a pipe there. That's good. That corner has its pipe. That corner has its pipe. Okay. So if I mouse over this pipe here, it should go all the way around. Looks good. This one, all the way around. This one should be isolated. Cool. A little bit spooky, but it looks like it works for now. So now I'm going to copy paste this one because this is the most accurate set of pipes we have now. I'm going to copy it like this, and then we're going to rotate it around to the bottom side. I don't know if I have to flip it or not. I don't think I do. I do have to flip it. Does it matter if I flip it actually? Maybe I don't have to flip it. No, those don't line up regardless. Wait. Why are those moved entirely? Was that just like a thing I changed later on? That must have been what it was. This looks fine. I hope. I must have moved that later on. I forgot. Do I detect flow control? What is flow control? Because you might, but I'm not exactly sure what flow control is. These look fine, I hope. We're gonna find out. Whenever I work with this many pipes, it always feels like everything's just about to break. This should be like almost perfectly symmetrical. It really should just be perfectly symmetrical. We're actually low on pipes, that's a surprise. Where the elbow and T-pipes come from? Ah, yes, Ultra Cube does have them. Assuming it's this thing. Or these ones. They are quite neat. I've never actually used them before this mod, though. Oh my gosh, is the cube stuck again? Cube, no, my beloved. What happened? How do you have no water? That one should be impossible. Wait. Really, how do you have no water? Like, you have a closed system, don't you? Okay, I guess you don't technically, because I didn't set up circuitry for this. Let me go manually do this. I know we're really low on pipes because of the demand I just made. Do a normal pipe in here. And what I'll do is I'll have this activate whenever this succeeds. Wow, you actually already have the rule I wanted, which is quite surprising. For now, let's go ahead and physically pump some water into the system. And now there should always be at least 5,000 available to run this every time. Wonderful. Much better. I either have way too much water or way too little. I do want to check on our nuclear setup too, because I know I'm consuming way more fuel cells. Oh, we still have an abundance of it. Is everything running all good? Oh yeah, the heat is distributing so much better, it looks like. Sweet. Cool. Looks good. Love to see it. Can't get enough of it. I really appreciate the advice on the double layering those flip. No, don't repair it. Ah, it's fine. Doesn't actually matter. You can repair the car. The cube hasn't really run this in a long time, has it? We're gonna need it to start running this more frequently, so maybe we'll have to move it up the list. The only rule I have is to swing by here when there's, 180 seconds past or whatever. Oh my gosh, hasn't been here in so long. Crazy. It's kind of interesting that you can always just set these up to see whenever the cube goes to a specific stop. Quite neat. Okay, so with these done, I think all of our pipes are good. Obviously, we have to make more pipes, so maybe I'll go coerce the train to go to metal, because I think that's what's probably holding us back. You know, we have matter still flowing. Happy to help. I looked up when designing kilo stuff. It's very interesting to know. I certainly hadn't realized it. I mean, this is next on the priority, so surely it'll go there next. Probably. Hopefully. These ones are almost done. We could start bringing the requisite fluids down, I suppose. Sure, you know what? Use up my pipes. We don't need them. Heck, this is kind of a tremendous amount of underground pipes needed for this setup. Okay, so pretend that you are an Ultra Cube. Pretend that you're my Ultra Cube, okay? Just take a moment. You're my Ultra Cube. I care about you dearly. So I'm going to put you through the Helvetica scenario, which will split you into 256 debris of yourself. I'm very sorry about that, but it is necessary. You split into 256, you divide by 8, you go into your respective corners, you get crushed into particulates. Your particulates get turned into concentrate. The concentrate turns into sap. There's some extra belts we can reclaim here that I should fix up as well. Then they get turned back into debris, which go back through here and then get reprocessed exactly 8 times. And then after that 8th time activates, you proceed through to be crushed here instead into particulate. Exactly 1/4 of you will go through here and be this, while the remaining 3/4 will go here. And then you will reform, I guess. Because you'll become dense matter units, which we don't need to put an output for. And then those go over to here. And then you become a composite, which goes into here, and then you become a cube. All right? That was a lot to kind of break down. We're not done yet. There's still a few more steps to go to and re-cubify you, my precious cube. However, I'm sure it'll work out just fine. I am going to use extremely long-handed filter inserters because I just think they're neat and I want an excuse to use them. And this feels like the use case for them, right? May as well use them on the most purple-looking build we have. We will need to feed 8 belts here. We can do a similar belt design that we had before. How are we going to split them to 8 belts is another question, I suppose, too. Because these are coming out... Oh, no, this should be fine. Each one has its own dedicated belt, so we don't need to split it or anything. You can copy that, bring it over here. Wonderful, that goes down here. Guess I have it backwards here. Cool, that's better. Then that one will be like this, and then like that. And like that, like that. Perfect. So now we have our inputs for those. Assuming we're going to feed them like this, which we probably will. Let's set up our outputs. So the ideal here is to do a mixture of like aesthetic, but also not waste too much time. I'm kind of focusing on the not waste too much time thing because this process is going to take a tremendous amount of time already. So let's try to keep that at a minimal to start. Or at a minimum, I should say, not a minimal. Who made English so hard, though? Where do they get off? Want those to go upward as well. Oh my gosh, it's gonna take so long on belts to get to where we want it to go. I don't know if there's a better option. We could do bot mall too, I suppose. Damn, I didn't realize how much belt that was gonna actually take. That's crazy. Kind of an obscene amount of belt, to be honest. Okay. So these two will go downward. I guess there's no real reason to have them go downward, is there? You can save a little bit of time by just moving this down a little bit. Uh-oh, we're lagging. That's such a weird thing. I've never experienced that while playing Factorio. This mod has in fact made it possible, which is truly scary. Alright, so I'll have this go over here. This will go upward and then into here, and this one will go upward and into here. Sweet. That's half of our belting done. We do need to do the other half still. Thankfully, I should be able to just copy this. And then hopefully... Oh, I hope this doesn't break everything. It's actually such a crazy thing to do. Why is that wrong? Of all things. Oh, because the roboports. I guess I'll just do it by side. We'll start at the bottom first. This should be a lot easier to line up. Sweet. Look, looks good. So we'll set that up like that. We'll have this one go over here. Am I doing this backwards? No, this should line up just fine, right? Everything looks blue. Awesome. So there's our 4 lines going up here. We finally run out of purple belts, which doesn't surprise me too much, but is kind of shocking. But we're also almost done using purple belts for the time being. So that's something. I could switch to undergrounds to save a little space, yes. I don't think it's necessary, though. We should make purple belts pretty quickly. It just takes a little while right now. Because the cube was stuck at a dumb spot basically forever. For approximately 4 cubillion years, it was just kind of stuck, but... nothing we can do about it now other than cry. And I don't really feel like crying right now. So we'll try to avoid it. Either way, that should be the inputs for those done. I wish it was a little bit better looking and didn't have to come down here, but that's no big deal, I suppose. I thought I had an extra dimension folding engine. I feel like I had it down before. I guess not. Need some sophisticated matter units. We do have a request for them, so we'll just chill here for a moment and hopefully those will arrive sooner than later. There's a bunch of bots bringing stuff over. Surely the cube goes to do the metal, which has been a real glaring issue for a very long time pretty soon, right? Surely. Wait, what? That's a lower priority than the metal. Did you run metal when I didn't see? Oh, you did. Never mind. Cube, good job. Proud of you. You're killing it. Unironically, though. The cube is so nice. It just does all the hard work and I get like all the credit for it, which is kind of messed up, frankly. So we should be crafting belts now as well. Just to verify that we are. 4 per minute is not actually what I was expecting number-wise. So we might need to investigate what exactly went down there. Alternatively, I could downgrade to blue belts, but we're so close and the build is so purple that I don't really want to. I'd rather keep it kind of where it's at now if we can. We're also going to need some substations here, so let me set those up in the meantime. I don't know how I'm going to feed in the iron yet. I guess we could just have one really long inserter feed in the iron too. That's certainly an option. Gives me an excuse to use an extra one of these as well, which is kind of cool. I need another roboport apparently as well, to satisfy my incredibly large desires for requester chests that cannot be sated simply. I could certainly use some of the undergrounds I have to cut down on the crazy amount of build. Like, look how much area this takes. This build over here, which I thought was like massive when I made it, is like, you could fit a few of them in here. I guess not like adjacently, but still this build is so heckin' big. I probably could have made it more compact, but it's too late now. Why aren't we making those purple belts? Let me investigate that really quickly too. Resplendent plates. I see. So resplendent plates are used for one of the science packs, but shouldn't be used for the science pack because we haven't had to do science for a while because there's no real options to do. They're out of deep core powder because we've been out of deep core powder for a while. I think I need to raise the priority of deep core powder maybe. How high is it? Oh, it's like one of the lowest things possible. That does make sense. It's lower than things that use it, which is a problem. I'll put it right up here. It is one of the more important materials in the game now. Okay, so slowly but surely we're crafting everything that we need, which is good. There's still a few more fairly important things we haven't quite dealt with yet. I can move these up. There's no reason for this to be so far through, so it can be in the power just fine. But one of the major things I have not dealt with yet is getting the fluids through here and then setting up the piping for the output. I know I'm kind of bouncing between things, but that's kind of how my brain works when it comes to building. I apologize, but also, this is just how one optimally does it. Because if you spend too much time on one thing and focus it down, then it becomes detrimental because you thought too much, and you don't ever really want to think too much. That could be a real problem. Jokes aside, we can plug this in basically whenever. It is just going to waste a little bit of power when it's plugged in. And by a little bit, I mean probably a pretty significant chunk. Oh my goodness, look at that. Express loaders take the majority of our power now. That's crazy. I figured it wouldn't be the case. Perfect is the enemy of good. Kinda super true though. I guess I did kind of go overboard on the express loaders. Oh well, we have plenty of power. We turned on the whole reactor. This would be really stressing our old design, but now we should be fine. Our accumulator hasn't had to do anything at all since turning on for the first time. But we're still just fine. Thankfully, we're getting more deep core ore now, which means more deep core powder, which means more deep core crystals, which means more resplendent plates, which means we should be able to have the rest of this build manually. Or automatically, not manually. There are a few more belts we have to trim still that I forgot to do, which are these internal ones. Which is good, because we can really use the extra belts right now, so having dumb belts sitting around is not the most ideal. Which means I can also reclaim these two. Actually, I could set up the wiring for that. Let's set up the wiring for those combinators that I had set up, or have kind of sitting in place for now. So this will make the cube, right? We love cube. We absolutely cannot get enough of cube here. Unfortunately, it's actually kind of annoying to pull out. Not that annoying, but a little bit annoying with my design. I can pull out the center just fine, actually. This will only output cube and nothing else, right? So cube outputs up to here. And cube is free. So what we can do is we can have, I wonder if I should use a radar for this actually. A radar would make sense for not having to do a bunch of cables. Wouldn't need to run 8 extra radars, but that's not so bad, is it? Oh my god, I can make 8 radars, never mind. So we're gonna set up a combinator over here. We technically have the combinator here already that exists, so I guess I can get rid of this combinator in all of these builds. Right? Yes, this just needs to have a radar plug into the back of it. This one does. Whoops, I spelled radar wrong. I was like, where is it in my inventory? So if I put a radar here, it's now getting a bunch of symbols or signals. None of this is super relevant right now. But on that green line, I'm going to also put this one. So I'm going to grab this myself and just keep the rules I had on it now. This one goes here. Oh good, that lit up, so we're actually crafting some. This goes here, and then this goes here. And then we will set this to read hand contents pulse. So now, when that reads pulse, we need one more radar. That's fine, we can make more later. When that reads pulse, it should output to here that 1x. It should just pulse it out, and then that pulse should go, I really hope this works, over to here, and then it will make it so that x equals 1, so this is no longer accurate to what it's reading, and it should reset. And then go increment upward again, hopefully. Maybe. I'm not totally sold on it now that there is all these extra signals. I could theoretically use a combinator to remove them too. I should test this beforehand. Certainly. Let's test it. Okay, so back to what we were doing before. I will disconnect this and we will go 1, disconnect that as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now it stops. This works so far. Good. It has successfully stored this information. Now, we'll leave one more over here. If this ends up reading as 1, cool. It reset back to 0. Now it says 1 again, which is peculiar. Oh no, that makes sense because it did that one. That makes complete sense. Perfect. It works exactly how I want it to. Even through the radar, it works fine. So we'll change this over to the ultra dense debris instead, as well as the ultra dense debris here, and then we'll just change that over to cube, and this should work just fine for how I want it to. Wonderful. Hopefully. If not, that'll be a real problem in the future. But I think it'll be okay for now, I hope. Cool, so that should be fixed. I should just be able to slam a radar down next to all of these and just have it kind of work. Alternatively, I can just have this radar's line go across here as well and plug in. We should be able to dismantle these, which gets us a little bit of belts back. This combinator also is not necessary anymore, but the important thing, I guess I can strip it down to 1 radar per section, actually. And that needs to go in the back of this one. Cool. So let's go do that on each of the sides here, where our combinators are. Put it down. We can dismantle the one that is connected over here on both sides. Dismantle this area. Oh, it's so weird how we get so framey when I try to dismantle now. I feel like it's only when this machine runs. I wonder why. And then simply make sure that this machine is plugged in the back of the radar. It needs to be the memory cell one. Cool. Looks good. Actually, it looks a lot better than the first one I did. Let's move that one tile over. There we go. How concise. So we'll do it one more time on this side over here. I think it was like that. And we can dismantle this and this one. Dismantle this and this one. This part's really scary for me. I'm not sure why. I feel like logically it shouldn't be. But I guess using a radar to send a signal is a lot scarier than it just being on site for some reason. Cool. So those are connected there. Wonderful. Is 9 the number we want? I mean, surely it must be because I had it set before. I'm not going to mess with the wiring. It makes sense now. It must. It simply must. I hope. It's kind of the scariest thing ever if you think about it. This is such a big thing, and if any of it goes wrong, I think we have to reset and then troubleshoot it. Which is, I think, what makes it so particularly scary. The stakes are fairly high. Granted, we don't have to reset like all of Ultra Cube, admittedly, but still. Those are the memory cell. Perfect. Cool. Looks good. So now the logic for the cycle finishing should be set up. We've made a good chunk of belts in the meantime as well. It's really, really good to see. Did we make the last speed module? I guess we didn't. I thought we did. Whoops. I guess we failed the rolls on them. That's for 20 of those, and we'll make a few more of them. I'm sure there's something major I'm forgetting. It's good to see that it's going to the deep core ore now. That was neglected for a little bit before. Okay, so what else are we missing? We haven't plugged in the actual pipes themselves yet. We have a few more machines to go up, but not many of them. We need to make it so that this will output the delicious looking, what are these called? Ice cream sandwiches. The delicious looking ice cream sandwiches outward somewhere. We can even output 2 of them, but it doesn't really matter. And then we need the legendary iron gear wheel to output as well. I guess I'll output that one to the side. Oh, I was like, why is this one so awkward to insert into? It was in the wrong spot, that's why. So now we have the legendary iron gear wheel inserting from the bottom. And then we have the cube going out the top, which is good. Gosh, this is so gargantuan. I really hope there's not something really confusing wrong with it. We need to set up a requester chest as well. Which I'll do over here, I guess, for the sake of this corner. This needs to be bottled euphoria. It doesn't really matter how much is requested here. It's very unlikely we'll ever run out of it. There is a very solid chunk of them in available to us. I guess I can set up these belts in the meantime as well. So these need bottled consciousness and n-dimensional widgets. So we'll make this bottled consciousness and then... Whoops, move that over to the side a little bit and then make this n-dimensional widgets. Great, so those will populate. These are able to be fed now. They're kind of slow to craft, so we could speed module them. Let's start getting the pipes connected now and seeing how the damage is with pumps. So we'll do one fluid at a time to keep it simple. We have unstable gas. That one pops out at our very top here. So let's get unstable gas down here. We're fairly far down, so a lot of these are going to need at least some pumps. But if we can tap into where some already comes through, it would be quite nice and save us a bit of headache. Looks like our unstable gas comes down to here, which is not super far. But it's probably close enough to use, so too far to cross is very unfortunate, or too far to connect, I should say. Ooh, okay, so it's a little bit awkward to get it across. Whoopsie on that design. I guess we'll bring it down here instead. This appears to be a much safer spot to go through, so we'll go through here instead. There's no way we don't need like 4 pumps for this. Maybe it'll be fine. Gonna bring the fluid upward. Okay, we still got a good chunk to go, it looks like. I should probably just pregame a pump, to be honest. Especially with how long the actual pipe length is down there. We'll pregame a pump. I'm hoping that 1 pump is enough. It would be ideal. Pretty solid time save if so. But if I have to do more pumps, it will be fine. I just have to do so many of these pipes that it's going to be really nice if we don't have to deal with it. So that is our unstable gas done. Boom. Next up is going to be mineral water. So I will bring the mineral... Oops, that's probably not a good spot to do it looking at it. So we'll do mineral water on this side instead. Bring that up here and then look and see. I can't imagine the mineral water leaves its like a home of this area here. It goes a bit to the right, but it gets in a very messy area. So I think I'm going to just drag it down where the mineral water is actually made. It's not too bad to bring down here, so I will try to do as such. Again, we'll pre-pump this one when it gets kind of close. I might need multiple of them. Looks like there's an ectoplasm line here, so we'll go alongside it. I feel like anytime you can have pipes go alongside each other is nice looking. I don't love putting a pipe across a tank like that, though, admittedly. But it'll be fine. We'll suck it up. How close are we? We're about above it now. That's where our other line was. Oh, forgot to set up the power over there, so we'll do that as well. Oh no, it appears that this stopped running. We must have run out of ingredients at one point. Ah, the spectralite got behind. Not a massive deal or anything, but we'll have to go manually turn it on still. I didn't set up a way to fix it if it ever does that. I guess we can have a bot do it too, potentially. I don't know if a bot can put something into an inserter or not. Either way, back to our piping goal. There it is. Our mineral water goes to here. So we'll bring it down and across here, I guess. This is so tight, actually. Wait. And there's our line there. So ideally, I'm going to avoid the really pretty circuitry that I set up there. Just to preserve, like, how nice it looks. Can set up one more pump right there, and then we can just follow it down, basically. A little bit awkward with that. Whoops. Alright, that's fine. We'll connect it like that. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. That's the mineral water pipe. I sure hope so. It definitely is. Next is going to be ethanol. How much ethanol do we need? Only 4. Yeah, it's like nothing. These are very pitiful amounts, which is good for us because we need so much of it. So these pipes go through here. The best outs would be here. Our ethanol is in a weird spot. Our cube is stuck again. Oh my gosh, the cube's getting stuck so much today. It's actually so unfortunate. I'll start bringing the ethanol out if I can. Oops. Alright, you know, I'll work on the ethanol in a sec, actually. Let me just go have the bot bring me over to the cube. Ethanol traditionally is made all the way up here in the base, extremely high up. In these machines here. Why are these empty? Apparently, at one point, I cut off ethanol from the base and did not realize I did that, I assume. I'm going to call that a certified oopsie moment. I don't know what it would have affected, but it probably broke something somewhere at some point. Is that really supposed to be ethanol? Certainly is. Alright, we stopped making explosives for a while. I think that's like the main loss of it. It wasn't that tragic. Oh, that's what broke over here too. Okay, cool. We just accidentally troubleshooted what we came here to troubleshoot as well. Can I bring ethanol across here is the question. Looks like potentially yes. We're gonna have to use some undergrounds and stuff to really get what we want, but we'll make it work either way. How did this work out? Are these even now? Oh wow, they are. I guess the euphoric release was sufficient enough. Apparently that does not reach successfully either, so we'll put that in there. I'm hoping we just kind of rip it down a good distance now. I'm so tired of pipes. I'm telling you, they need to put in some sort of radar for pipes. I don't know how it would work. I don't need the details, I just need it to work. That's all. I need to transmit my ethanol via Wi-Fi. You hook me up with that and then I'm good. How close are we to bring it down? Those are the 2 lines we just set up, so we're fairly close now at least. I guess I'll bring it down in this line here if we can. Looks easy enough to set up and it's currently unoccupied. There's tanker trains, I guess? Ooh, that's actually a good point. That is kind of like Wi-Fi fluid if you think about it. I very well, or may as well could have done that, for sure. It was an option. However, it's clearly not one that I utilized, even though I should have. Oh well, live and learn. Where is the ethanol? Have I not brought it down like at all yet? Cool, I haven't. Perfect, so following the previous logic, I will put a pump in this line here. I'm deeply surprised that we didn't have to pump it further with how big this was, to be honest. They said it looks like mineral water has successfully entered a lot of these things, so hopefully ethanol will be next. Cool, 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 cool. I'm actually like really stressed about this, to be honest. I don't know if that's like, if I seem like I'm playing it cool, but this is actually like really, really stressful. I want to set up some requester chests, which I meant to do before, but I did not do before, which will nestle right in here. We'll remove the ultra-dense concentrate required as well as the particulates, but we do want these ones to be loaded up. Ideally, a lot more than this number here as well, so we'll do 510 and 250. We'll copy that and we'll put it on all of these so they'll have some time to populate as well. Did I put them on the inner side? I toasted. No, I toasted. It was the outer side. Cool. Put that there. Put that there. Right down here as well. Outer side. And then this side. And because I changed the total amount required or requested in each of them, or in the original one and copied it, it will maintain it, which saves us a little bit of work later on. Looks like all of the belts have caught up again. It's just those chem plants, which again were a little locked by glass, which is no big deal. We can always manually go feed some glass or request or test some glass. It appears that you've gotten stuck again, though. Ah, cerebral substrate. It makes sense. You haven't run a very long time. You won't traditionally run out of substrate, but that was a fluke, effectively. I watched the TV show that got Helvetica scenario from, which did not help in reducing my anxiety about it. I have not seen it personally, but just the name of it does feel kind of stressful, and I can only imagine. I think Flip was saying before, it might be the same reference as the other TV show it's from. Or the other TV show, the TV show that most of the references in this are from, or at least some of them. Which I feel like I really missed out on. Surely I'd be appreciating more of the references if I was like someone who had seen it, I suppose. But it does seem distressing, which is, I think, the important thing. The intelligent calcium. Ah, yes, yes, yes. The intelligent calcium. Okay, cool. So this comes out here. Other than names, you're not missing much reference-wise. All right, cool. I feel like that's probably the ideal way to do it. Kind of like tongue-in-cheek. Okay, so I'm gonna feed it through the right, actually, I think. I was gonna do it over there, but the more I think about it, having it so that it feeds this way would make a lot more sense. Since the cube is going to output here to the top anyways, we can have our train stoppy over here. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. This is taking so long to set up. What if it just breaks instantly? I mean, surely it's going to break. I guess we'll have to figure out what to fix. Isn't that big of a deal. We need roboports around. That's an important one, I suppose. So we'll call for some roboports. Roboporta. Guess I'll just put them on the outer side of the crushers. That's a fine spot for them. Should give us full coverage of the area instead of a few flaky spots. I just realized that the crushers can't be turned, and that kind of bothers me a lot. They're all like crushing leftward. It's not that big of a deal, but it would have been cool if they're all facing like the proper direction. Whoops, almost missed a few down here. Okay, so our intelligent calcium stored is very low. I'm guessing that's more of a consequence of not deliberately having it stored. We're out of substrate, which doesn't surprise me. I might need to raise the priority of substrate. No, it should be fine. This might be a kind of a mediocre place to pull this from. I hope it's not too bad. Where's the priority of cerebral substrate here? Oh, it's really high. It's this one here. That interrupt is certainly on, so cool. I should go make substrate pretty soon. Higher than ghost crystals too, right? Yeah, awesome. I could make a bigger storage for the substrate as well. We just hadn't really bumped into too many issues with it up until now. So I've noticed the ethanol didn't make it. Why is that? Okay, there's 2 reasons. 1 is no pump. 2 is you didn't pipe it right. Thankfully, a pretty easy one to deal with. Let's start by setting up our... I guess continue by setting up our rail stop as well. Why are you so scrungly? That looks good, that looks good. Okay, I don't know why you're so scrungly before. Hopefully that'll be good enough support. Okay, so cube goes in here. Cube gets crushed, goes out. This is where our delicious ice cream sandwiches will come out. I don't know what I'm going to do with the ice cream sandwiches yet, so for the moment we're just going to bring them along here and then we'll store them in a box, because I don't remember what they're used for. I guess maybe the science pack, that would make sense. I kind of forgot we're doing a science pack. Cool, so we can make 500 science packs. Oh my gosh, we have to run this so many times. Wait. Definitely want to put prod mods in here. I don't care what it does to our power, and you can quote that later on when the power grid just completely shuts down. Oh, we need to put our beacon over here as well. Beacon, fill that up with 3 efficiency modules. Then we need to get beacon juice over here as well. Which we make kind of close, right? The beacon juice should be over here. Sweet, so we can hopefully bring down beacon juice without too much headache. I don't care what it does to our power. Miko, August 5th, 2026. Oof, we're even dating it too. Uh-oh. Catch me Karen very, very soon. Okay, so this looks like a clean line that I can use to bring up and out. Oh my gosh, it's like perfect. There's so many pipes though. The cube is not stuck, it's running, which is good. This hasn't been to this stop in so long. Could have been by now though, right? I guess if it gets stuck somewhere, we run out of materials and it doesn't get time because it's so far on the priority. Okay, cool. The circuit's at least working. It's just if it gets stuck, then everything falls in disarray, so it doesn't get to the lower priority stops. Cool. So this looks good. The beacon juice should be flowing pretty soon. Okay, it only takes 12 gigawatts. That's not bad. How much do we make? What? 800 megawatts isn't going to be enough for 12 gigawatts? Are you sure about that? How long does it run? 16 seconds. That actually does seem like a bit of a problem, thinking about it. My speed module left to use less power. Build more energy storage? Yeah, I think that's totes the play, unfortunately. Like, it's not a bad idea or anything, I just don't want to do it. Oh, they do have slowdown, don't they? But it's not even meaningful. I guess actually if it's 10 of them, it's kind of meaningful. Heck. Let's build more energy storage. I never set up automation for them. I mean, each one of these is a, whoops, where is it? Each one of these is a gigajoule, so they're pretty significant. I believe we automate accumulators, so I'm going to just request 50 accumulators on me and then handcraft them. Rather than the metal. We'll chill here for just a moment. While the cumes get delivered. What happened over here? What? You have a rule to not go unless there's sludge. Why aren't you making sludge? I guess I messed up the rule somehow. Oh, I see. You've just never been able to work literally ever. That makes sense. We do call that a certified whoopsie where I'm from. But surely an inconvenient one. Wow, I wondered why that always looked so weird. So you'd fill sludge when you arrived, but never if you ran a bunch of times in a row. I actually don't know an ideal way to feed you. I can feed you on the bottom just fine, actually. Heck, actually it does not feed you properly. It does if I underground here, though. Okay, cool. So now you should feed properly. And you should be allowed to go up here as well. So what's the rule for outputting you? It's under 25k. Let's make that 50k. We're also like very far ahead on our materials, so I'd rather burn through some of them. Cool. That should be fixed now, hopefully. All you have to do is calculate the amount of energy needed for the recipe, then you'll build the corresponding number of batteries. How do you calculate the amount of energy needed? Is it like really obvious? Because like it says how much power it needs. Is that saying how much power per second? Is the max consumption 10.4 gigawatts? Can you have a gigawatt per second? What's the difference between a watt and a joule? Are they the same thing? I vaguely know the answer to that. I feel like joules are like the active one and watts are like the stationary one. 1 gigajoule equals 1 gigawatt per second. All right, cool. I was like kind of on the right path. Emotionally, I was on the right path, and I feel like that deserves some sort of commendation. This being said, we'll smack these down and then we'll reassess. Really nice that these have so much power storage in them. Or 1 gigajoule equals 1 watt for 1 gigasecond. Is it a gigasecond? There's no way. What the heck's a gigasecond? This stuff is so confusing. Oh no, you're still running. I thought the queue was off for some reason. Ah, it's struggling to unload, but this should be like a, oh, actually, this isn't, no, this average is a positive on 238 and a negative 234, right? Actually, it's kind of positive on both of them. No, it's not. It's not. It's negative on 2, 3, 4. A gigasecond is a billion seconds, like all gigas, which my calculator says about 31.7 years. That is a long period of time. I don't think I have that time, to be honest. Like, that's a pretty big time investment. I'll make a few batteries, but I don't know if I can make 30-something years worth of batteries. It just feels like a lot. Heck, I was trying to go back over to the build. I wanted to see... So you have a maximum consumption of 10... We'll just say 10, even though it's not right. 10 gigawatts. And you're going to be doing that for currently 16 seconds. Oh my gosh, that is a tremendous amount of storage. Maybe I overdid it a little bit, but we're going to need a bunch of this stuff, so maybe it's worth it. A productivity of 50% is pretty significant for how long this process takes. We should probably upgrade our prod mods, actually. Okay, it doubles the energy consumption each time, so I'm not totally sold on that. God, it's so expensive. I mean, it'll still run even if our batteries go empty. It'll just run much slower, which is not ideal. Sure, you can store in a solemn receptacle for now. Live your best life. Don't let me tell you no. Okay, so it does feel like a crazy amount of storage. Maybe it's not that much storage, but it feels like a crazy amount. We need 10 times what we need now, effectively, right? Because we only have enough for basically to run for a second. So we need like 12 times. So if you want 10 gigawatts over 32 seconds, you need 320 gigajoules of energy stored. That's crazy. I mean, I guess I can keep making them. It just feels like a lot. It's really not that bad in practice. I'm complaining a little bit about it, but it's fine. But 10 times that, we need a whole heckin' accumulator field. I guess a bulk frame field. Let's math out how many we need. How much power does it take altogether? 12.4 is what I was operating on. 10.4. Okay, so less than I expected. I was thinking 12.4. So if it's 10.4, this will cover 2 seconds of it. With a little bit to spare. I don't want to cut it too close. This will cover 8 seconds of it. We can currently cover 1. This is probably like barely sufficient. One more cluster would probably be better though. Substations. My goodness gracious, these things are big. I guess we should redesign it with substations in mind. They do connect, which is good. I guess we'll do this. This will be a little bit extra, but this should be a sufficient amount to get us through. 124 of those. 125. The number keeps going up. I don't want to look at it because it's just going to keep going up. I'm shocked we don't have any sophisticated matter units available to us. I figured we would have. Oh, the cube is stuck because of stupid stuff I never fixed. I was lazy about it. I was like, it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. Wait, no, I never plugged in the fluid, actually. Whoops. I thought that I did. I was pretty confident that I did. It's so easy to just forget about things in this, though. There we go. Okay. Should be good now. I should probably set up automation, even if it's just lazy requester automation for this. Because this is not something I really want to handcraft the entirety of. So I will do as such and just requester test something over to it. Hopefully that'll be fine. I have to imagine it'll be at least okay. Okay, no, it's already outputting. Cool. Energy describes the ability to perform work, for example, to generate heat, to move objects, to provide light, and to power electrolysis. Each of these tasks requires a specific amount of energy, which is not destroyed in the process, instead converted to another form of energy. See, that is very interesting. It's super interesting. I'm really surprised we're so gunked on sophisticated matter units. I guess it just doesn't run for a while. It is super duper interesting how that works. I've argued with my roommate before about how perpetual motion should be totally doable, and perpetual energy should be doable with it. But she never believes me, and I don't know why. Ridiculous, right? I think I can plug this in to be an on-site sophisticated matter unit maker. The pipe is like right there for it anyways, so it shouldn't really matter. Power describes in which energy is consumed. For example, 1 liter of water can be evaporated in either 10 years or in 1 millisecond. But energy required remains the same, only the time changes. Oh, that's interesting. I never really thought about it like that before. That's clever. The resplendent plates are also kind of a big issue. We have a belt of them going up here and not being used. I mean, we have them going into a box right now, but there's a big request for them down by the train stop. So I think where most, if not all of them went. Ooh, wow, that's surprising. I'm gonna turn these off temporarily. Just for the moment. I'm gonna need to fix a lot of things anyways, especially for the last science pack. This is like step 1. Having this work does not mean we've solved the science pack, unfortunately. It means we're like a portion of the way there, but certainly not there. We're gonna need to touch up a few other things to make sure our automation is really on point on a few other things, because there's a crazy amount of science. Oh my gosh, a belt that can move a Spidertron? That was crazy. Can I do that again? Wait. Love it. Spidertrons are the best. I'm really glad they put them in the game. Probably my favorite form of walking around. Shed your corporeal body, turn into a big mechanical spider. Oops, have those going the wrong way. Perfect. Did we ever get that speed module that we should have been rolling on? Did we forget to roll on it more? I think we did. Oh, I requested the wrong speed module, silly me. On it? Uh-oh. Don't shed your corporeal form. Is corporeal the, like, physical one or the not physical one? Regardless, do not shed your form to become a spider. Instead, make a cool spider mech and get inside of the mech, and then you become the spider. Which is to say, get in the mech chat. I'm glad that this rebuild ended up working fine for this. Corporeal is physical? Okay, cool. Regardless, do not shed thy form. Unless it's like an evolution, at which point you can shed your form. Just this once. I didn't realize spider drones can move on belts, and this is kind of blowing my mind, to be honest. What are we waiting on to do this stuff? Oh, right, it's just the power. It's going to be a lot of them to make, which is a little bit annoying. I could manually feed a bunch of this, but a lot of this is just kind of like locked behind machines needing to run. Let me go steal a bunch of resplendent plates from that belt. I think it comes from the Latin corpus, body, same as corpse. Oh, interesting. I was going to say I miss taking Latin class, which is kind of true. I don't dislike Latin or anything. I really had a nice time doing it, but I don't know. I don't really want to do classes anymore. I did my time. So maybe it depends on the class. If it's a class of like, I would take a Factorio like learning circuits class or something. That seems like it'd be interesting. If it was crocheting, I want to take a crocheting class really bad, so that's on the list too. There are some classes I would take, is what I'm trying to get around to. A perpetual motion machine would be possible, at least in theory. Heck, I knew it. Once set in motion, a flywheel would continue to spin forever. There's just one problem: friction due to air resistance and mechanical bearings. A small portion of our kinetic energy is always converted to heat, which slows the flywheel down. So here's my plan, right? I already figured it all out. So write this down. I only ask that I'm credited somehow in the process, right? All you need to do is take a ball, right? Or a gear or whatever. Drop it from space. Give it a little bit of push. It'll come down. It'll produce friction, which can be converted into energy. And then it'll launch back up into space with similar amounts of speed. Maybe it's a little bit to get out. But during that process, you can probably make more energy somehow because the lack of friction in space. Does it actually work? Probably not, but it was my hypothesis for a long time. My roommate said it was dumb and wouldn't make any sense, but I was pretty confident there was something to it. It's like, what better thing is there for energy than gravity, right? Gravity is just like free energy. People just don't think about it, and that's the problem. Really surprised this is still running so long up here. I don't think there's too much matter we can steal. A little bit over here though, yoink. Anyway, we can expedite this process I want to do. Gosh, the good old days of having a box of basic matter units and just clicking it to grab a bunch of it whenever was so fun. Oh, heck, you need the fancier ones, right? No, I put it in the wrong box. That's fine. I have it set up. My poor brain. There we go. Now everything's running. Look, people are going to be like, that Miko, she knew something. When many years pass and then they're like, it turns out we could just use space for perpetual motion and energy. Or I'll be completely wrong. I'm good with either one, to be honest. But it just makes sense, right? I think my roommate's argument was you'd spend more energy getting it back out into space than you would producing energy from it coming down to Earth. I don't know how true that is. It sounds true. It'd be so cool if it wasn't true. Okay, so last speed module there is done. We're getting matter going through, so hopefully we'll be able to produce more of those thingies over there. We've actually done a chunk of them. We've done 10 so far. They're getting close. The bulk frames or whatever they're called. We're doing just fine in uranium fuel cells, turning on the reactor to full force, so it's fine. Look, we're already up to 20 gigajoules. We're like a sixth of the way there. Kind of, right? No. Yes. We're a fifth of the way there? That doesn't feel right. I might have over-engineered this, actually. It's fine. We can use the extra power just in case. I do think I over-engineered it slightly. Let's go back to finishing up or working on the stop, I think. Rather than what I was doing before. Let's make the actual train stop itself and where we're going to unload our lovely cube. So we'll do a train stop right here. I guess we'll call this one cube and then antimatter. This is where the cube goes out normally. So I guess we'll switch them around. Your mate is right, damn it. Hate to hear it, but I always do. The idea is stupid. Oh wait, hold on. It's not that stupid. It's got some chutzpah to it. It's got some personality. Whether gravity's energy is a force, when an object falls, potential energy is converted to kinetic energy. If you want to return the object to starting position, you need exactly the same amount of energy that was released during the fall. Listen, when it pans out, that'll be the day. It'll be great. I'm gonna love it. And I will say I told you so. Actually, I probably won't. I think I'll be humble in my victory. Jokes aside, I wish I had taken a physics class. Okay, so this is the return over here. This is the go through here. So the stop itself exists, which is good. We are going to need to make some logic for it to come down here. Which I don't really know how to set up. There's a few things we'd want to check for. In particular, that we have enough of the materials to run the process, but there's a lot of different things to check. And they should all be, like, good. All of our pipes are good. Oh, we never set up the water, actually, so let's do that as well. Is that an output of water or an input? That outputs water, so let's take the water and see if we can just pump it into another line of water somewhere. There's some right there, perfect. So we'll just do a storage tank here. Even better, we'll use a really big one just in case. You know what, we don't use mighty tanks enough. I feel like mighty tanks are a little underrated. Okay, well, turn that one off, get rid of those. You can go put those introspection cards into the science too. I didn't realize I picked them up. I suppose I had forgotten that I had. Hopefully this water system is fine to accept some random excess water into it. If not, it'll be a little bit inconvenient, but not the end of the world. So we'll put down our mighty tank over here. I think we might have to make a pump. We have a pump available. Sweet. We'll pump in and pump out, I suppose. Should only really need a pump out, actually. We do not need water for the process itself. And our water goes along this line here, so we can pull it out over here. And then, boom. That will be an empty pipe until it actually starts pumping out, but that should be the water line if nothing else. So all of our pipes should have function now. It looks good at least. This is technically an aesthetic pipe, which is whatever. I mean, I can just leave it there. I think if we run this process, it should theoretically work now. Granted, we're still behind on power by a good chunk. I only have about a little under a quarter of what we need, or maybe it's about a quarter of what we need. So let's go ahead and reinvestigate up here. How are you crafting them? How are you winning, son? I should have set these higher before. That was kind of a blunder on my part. By kind of a blunder on my part, I meant a pretty significant blunder. I kind of want to try to run it, to be honest with you. I mean, how bad would it be? If we don't have all the power to fully maintain it, it would be at like, what, 70% normal speed for a little while? How much do we produce per second? We almost do 1 gigajoule production. It'll be fine. We can afford half a gigajoule. I really want to see it run, to be honest. I'm gonna set up the interrupt now. I don't even know if I want to set up the interrupt. I mean, I should, but it's just stressful because, like, it's gonna be so scuffed. Conditions. All right, we're gonna be checking for a circuit, which I haven't set up yet. I don't know how we're gonna set up the circuit condition. Add the station in, and then item count is equal to 1. As well as one more condition, which is time past 5 seconds. This said, I'm gonna send it over. We're gonna save and see how it actually runs. I want to look for flaws and stuff, things I can work on while it's being run through the system. Because if I identify there's something wrong, while we're making the rest of those bulk frames, I can fix it. So I'm gonna send it through, and we're gonna see how it breaks. Can you upgrade your tar ingredient loaders, please? I sure can. Where the heck's my tar? It's up here, right? Oh, I forgot these were still blue. I appreciate it. Or red, excuse me. Not blue is what I was trying to say. Oops. There we go. Okay, once that goes there, I'm going to send it down here. We're going to try it. We're going to see how it runs. It might run really bad, but we're going to try it anyways and just see how it goes. Because if we do, we can identify, hey, let's work on this while all the bulk frames are going up. We're going to need this to run a lot, so it needs to work well, unfortunately. That's like a genuine problem. Thankfully, they're still going out slowly but surely. Almost halfway to the charge we need, so it's not going too slow. It's almost heading out, but I don't know if it'll repeat or not. I have it greater than 5, which is kind of fun. No, don't do that. That's fine. I thought that was supposed to repeat again. I'm surprised that this one didn't go off. Very strange. Alright, I'm gonna go manually grab the cube, I guess. We'll do it then. I didn't realize it was gonna go half a stop away. I mean, it's a good amount of materials to get. Getting the metal and the matter units is gonna be good, especially if the cube's gonna be like stuck for a little while. I wonder if I could set a condition where it's like, oh, I probably could. Specific other conditions are met, like it doesn't need metal or matter is the only time it'll go down. Because running out of those things could cause a soft lock, I think. Which is so spooky. Really bizarre to think that that's even possible, but it totes is. These can be upgraded as well now, huh? Oh, those are red belts, so it doesn't actually matter. I should probably upgrade planar those belts altogether, though. Didn't realize that they were still red. Surely we have a bunch of blue belts available, too. It's gonna be so much easier to just upgrade planar. I don't know what I'm doing here. Apparently there's one blue belt in here somewhere as well. Ah, that line over there. Cool. Let's upgrade planar in this area. Should have done this much earlier, but I frankly forgot that it needed it, to be honest. Is your power chill now during bedtime? Oh yeah, it certainly is. Certainly, by like a significant margin. Our accumulator hasn't been touched since we basically upgraded it forever ago. And I think that's basically all the red belt there. There's a little bit more hidden somewhere in there. Where is it? Maybe not. I think I might have misseen then. Yeah, no, those are all good. Cool. Oh, here we go. There's some. That should be at least a little bit faster for the throughput. We can use these here as well. Whoops. Probably want those to go the proper direction though, huh? Okay, so the power is looking good. We're storing a pretty good amount now, up to 68. It's running through the process again, that's fine. You matter as a reminder. I love our motivational matter maker. Oh, we gotta have something negative for the antimatter maker. I could just like do this and then add don't. It could be like, you don't matter. Evil matter maker be like, it does look notably more evil than our normal one. Perhaps it's the lack of hearts and stuff. Or the forbidden ziggurat in the middle of it. One or the other, who can say? I was so proud of this build when I finished it. I still kind of am, admittedly. You do not matter. Dang. Big donut trying to put us down. This should be wrapping up pretty soon. Still one of my most satisfying belt setups, I think. It just looks so good. I don't know if it's like really all that efficient, but I really like how it looks, if nothing else. Alright, sweet. You're going to become cube, and then I'm going to cube nap you, and I'm going to save my game, and I'm going to put you through the system, and we're going to go, whoops, we forgot to connect blah blah blah, or uh-oh, it looks like we didn't reset blah blah blah, or wow, this doesn't work literally at all, what was I thinking? One of the above. Very exciting. It's something for sure. I'd say I'm less excited about this than I was about getting... Oh, I never actually restarted that machine, did I? Getting the qubit sorter working. This was like... It felt good to have it work. But this part is just kind of stressing me out. You almost done, Cube? You are almost done. I'm gonna go... No, it's really on the way. We'll go fix the qubit maker on the way as well, or the qubit decider. The tech that makes it so that it outputs something else is very interesting too. That would surely speed up the process in which we make them by a pretty significant margin at that, so something we can consider. We're gonna need a pretty crazy amount of them. Alright, so our cube should be reconstituting once this one gets here, and then we'll take the cube down, we'll go fix the qubit maker, we'll save our game. Let's also turn this so it can work again on its own. The train is chilling here, but that's fine. We can always call the train later. We're very quick now. Let me go ahead and just Spidertron remote the qubit maker down here. I guess the qubit processor, it does make qubits as well. This one is easy to fix. It's just this specifically resets it. It increments it so it's no longer in like a fail state. If it ever runs out of materials, it'll break, but if it doesn't run out of materials, it'll be fine. Okay, so that's fixed now. I'm going to reluctantly save pretty cool square, and we're gonna just watch it. We're gonna see what happens, and we're gonna hope that I did it right. But I got a funny feeling I didn't. But it'd be pretty cool if I did. There's just a lot of moving pieces to make this work. All right, here we go. Let's see how the power holds. Uh-oh. Why did I forget? Why did it break so quickly? Oh yeah, no, it's super spooky. I thought there was some I forgot. Why did this take so much more power than I expected? It looked like it could drain quicker than the accumulator was able to supply. I don't quite understand why that would be. The satisfaction was dramatically higher than the accumulator could drain at. I'm gonna briefly remove the productivity modules since this is just testing anyways. I think accumulators have a certain rate they can discharge at. Oh, that's very interesting. Spooky. Also good to know. Yeah, no, it does feel like we're doing kind of something incredibly forbidden here, huh? Without the productivity modules, it seems to run okay. Granted, it would have run dramatically quicker had we not already drained our accumulator, but that's fine. Leveled up again. Okay, so I guess I could run more efficiencies. No, we should be capped, right? Oh no, we're not capped. We can run even more efficiency modules in here. Okay, here we go. There's some extra belt here I never fixed. Okay, so I've figured out a problem. A pretty significant problem at that. This no longer has any input signals, I guess. No, it does. Oh, I never changed those to output the right thing. Is this fine? Yeah, this is actually fine, weirdly enough. I see. My memory cells are all broken. Eh? Why are you acting in such a cantankerous way? I do not understand. I understand. The green from the radar makes it so all 8 of them increment at once. Would a red be fine for that? This is why we troubleshoot. Wait, why are you still going kind of bananas, though? You should only be reading one at a time. Oh, it's because the other ones are connected to the radar, duh. I don't know what I was thinking. Wait, what? Okay. So this does seem to increment fine now. So I need it so that the green radar line specifically only reads this stuff over here and nothing else. Why is this machine undulating? I guess because it has part of the cube in it, which is the legendary iron gear wheel. Okay, let's quickly reset. I need to fix those before anything else, basically. Sorry for dropping a cantankerous in there. I was just feeling really lost in the moment. So these wires are fine-ish. I should be able to change these over to red. Also, this Fulgora track goes crazy. This needs to output something else as well. I feel like this is gonna get gunked. Maybe I won't. No, it worked fine before. Well, at least it incremented before. There's so much red wire being used here, I'm reluctant to believe that this is gonna make sense. Particularly, this is like going out to there. I guess I can make that one green and that should be fine. Yeah, that's better. I guess it wouldn't really matter because it's blue, but seeing the extra red wire is throwing me off. Cool, 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 cool. So that should only be for the X now. The radar should only transmit the X with this specific setup. Blue will come from this. The red from this goes to there like normal. The red input here is sufficient. This should be fine, from how I understand it. Oh my gosh, those wires. Does this work if I do it like this instead? Okay, thank goodness. This needs to disconnect the green. No, the green there is fine. I think it's going to be better to just disconnect the whole section and then replace it with how this works. And then manually put the green cable. There. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. That works better now. That's where I want the X to go. Cool. We're going to copy that. We're just going to... Ooh, this is a really bad one to actually copy it on. I'll manually do it a few times. I'll put it here. That one has stuff going across the middle, so it's going to get really scrungly. Where are my things? There they are. So I'm going to just dismantle these. And then again, green wire to the back of this. I knew that radar was going to cause me trouble. It was very much like a gut feeling type situation, but I could tell something was wrong. Okay, cool. This is much better. So I should be able to copy paste this one pretty reliably. So we can disconnect this, disconnect this, disconnect this and this, and then simply grab... Which blueprint was it? This one? This one. And line it up, and it should... Oops, be fine. Apparently I got some of the wiring there as well. Or belting. And this part of the design, what's the radar for? The radar is reading that the cube goes through here specifically, so that it'll reset how many are allowed to loop around. Because I have a very precise amount of how much we're doing through. Like, we're producing just enough fluid to finish it, and no extra. This guarantees we'll have the proper amount. I hope it works okay. Alright, we'll rip this down and then we should be able to once more copy paste it and then... Cool, the cable's even there. I think we're good now. I hope we're good now. So we will once more save our pretty cool square and then see how it runs this time. Fingers crossed it'll be slightly better. I mean, it wasn't that bad at the start, but it did break really early on, so we struggled to see. I'm going to take out the prod mods for now while we're testing as well. Alright, we'll just look real deep into the forbidden ziggurats. Haunting eye. How's our power doing now? Okay, it's extremely easy to maintain for some reason. I guess too many prod mods, we can't really like satisfy it regardless, which is unfortunate. So that's done. Everything goes through. I'm gonna watch the circuit here specifically. It's storing what it needs to. 5, 6, 7, and now it should turn off here. Perfect. So that's turned off successfully. Our circuit works. They're now being turned into ultra-dense matter units. I hope at the right ratio. This is one that I'm kind of nervous about, but logically it makes complete sense that it should work perfectly. Surprisingly enough, it doesn't really get a chance to back up either. It's like the perfect speed with those speed mods in it. I didn't think about these potentially backing up on belts. This is like an extra belt here. It's in a few designs. We'll have to touch it up. I mean, if the cube itself reforms here, then we're good. So I may as well start trimming this because it looks like the cube's doing okay. Bottom side as well, I'm sure it's messed up there. These travel up here. Okay. Oh, I didn't put an output for the Besselheim flasks. Okay, we'll need to fix that really quick. That's okay. Completely forgot that could even happen here. Flask. There we go. Goodness, I was struggling to type there. Do we have active providers? It's not ideal for the exact moment, but it should be sufficient to see if, like, the process finishes. Like, we have 34 of them. It looks like the rest are on belts. I think my ratio was good. Uh-oh. So, we're missing some. What happened here? I see. I really don't know how one belt got... Oh, actually, I know exactly how it happened. I just never replaced it, I bet. Okay, this is actually really good, because I think our sap was zeroed out there as well. It should be fine. The system we're in, or the state we're in now, is not a loose state. One of our quadrants was broken, or our quartets? Squarelets? Octets? One of them were broken, okay? But it is no longer, so hopefully that's good enough. I don't see any other ones. Oh, no, I do see another one messed up. Another belt issue. This is good, though. These are perfectly reasonable things to fix. And if my numbers are right, we should have an empty tank here. This tank should have some in it. Oh, I might have already spent it. Yeah, it's only spent here. Perfect. So all the tanks are empty. My ratio is perfect, I think. I hope. It looks like it was perfect. As long as there's like 3 more coming down the line. Oh, right. I was like, why are there so many coming? I forgot they have to actually craft. Cool. Okay, so it looks like it works, which is honestly great. We'll take it. Small victory. We've almost finished our bay over there as well. Consume the first legendary iron gear wheel. We've done it. And there we go. We've rescued our cube successfully, but our inventory is full, so we can never have it. Always the bridesmaid and all that. Cool, so that actually works. So we've successfully made a batch of delicious ice cream sandwiches. We can use those to make complete annihilation cards. And to successfully win the game from this current state we're in, we need 9,600 of those cards. That is a fairly significant amount of cards, considering that we only make 1,000 per craft. However, our setup works. It took many hours to get it in a state that it worked, but we did the numbers and everything ran well. How's it feel? I wouldn't say it feels as good as doing the qubits. I'm very happy that everything panned out the first time for the most part, other than a few belts. My big fear was that something would have gone wrong in regards to the number of, like, the ratio. The ratio being right feels really, really good. I was very concerned that I messed up some numbers somewhere down the line. But cool, so that works. So we are going to need a pretty supreme amount of those antimatter units. We've got our bulk frames up, but we have to keep in mind that we apparently have a certain amount of throughput we can do. Obviously, we want to do some prod mods in here. How about we do 5 and then we'll call for some efficiency modules to see how low we can get it. Oops, I want to call for them, not craft them, because we'll probably just fail them. Efficiency module. 20 of them is fine. Gotta clean up my inventory too. We just have so much garbage in here. Did awesome figuring out those ratios. I appreciate it. I was like, I really feel like I kind of locked in for it. But then again, I was working on like the basic circuits for this part here, and it was really breaking my brain. Yes, everything works now. It'll take exactly 8 of them to run them back through the system again. Those will crush and then be distributed properly, go through here, and then they'll go through this process. The numbers are perfect. It all goes here, it all reforms, and everything is fine. And then we get our delicious ice cream sandwiches. Which is good. It is half the battle. What's really getting to me now is the idea that we need almost 10,000. So on its own, it's 10,000 science packs. So it's 20,000 of these. It only has to run through here 20 times, which isn't that bad, I guess, thinking about it. So I believe it's 2-to-1 with the science pack, right? Yeah, so each time we run through, we get 500 science packs. So we'll have to run through a total of 20 times. We're obviously going to want a pretty beefy science pack build, but the issue, and I imagine that's why this is probably the final science pack, or seemingly the final one, all 4 of these things actively require the cube, like directly. The calibration data, I guess the quantum calibration doesn't, but the singularity does. Basic antimatter does, and dimensional widgets too, but those are just super easy to work with, so that's not a problem. In each one, oh no, it makes 2 cards, so it is 1-to-1. So we're only gonna need 10,000. I didn't realize it makes 2 cards, that's nice. So we'll need 10,000 of that and 5,000 of the calibration data, which we certainly don't have. So I think what I'm gonna need to do is fix this up, because it never comes here right now, which is a problem. We have logic and stuff, but it just doesn't find time to come here. It physically hasn't run in the station in this session. It's been so long, in fact. Granted, you could divide this by 60 for how many total seconds it is, but still, it's like a long time since it's been here, which is a problem. A lot of it is that it gets stuck at stops, but we need to figure out how to make sure the cube comes here. Make sure cube comes here. In addition, we need to make sure that we set up science itself. The logical place for science is probably somewhere around here-ish. Since our delicious ice cream sandwiches are right here, our... what is it? Singularity? I was going to say synthetic. Singularity calibration data is here. And our quantum calibration data is here. Our quantum calibration data is doing awesome. For the endgame, we only technically need 5,000 of it to do the final research, and we already have almost 4,000, so that's not much of an issue. This one's a big issue. We have 400 of these, so we're going to need to either raise the priority of this or figure out how to make it come here more often. I imagine a simple priority raise is good. This is a very self-contained setup, right? All it really needs is a deep core powder. So let's change the train's priority to make it so that this, which is already quite low, is a little bit higher. Hopefully that'll give it a chance to go. In addition, we're going to need the n-dimensional widgets to run as well. I don't know when we want to run the delicious ice cream sandwiches. I never set a condition for it yet, so it won't naturally go there, but it's something we need to figure out. Is the delicious ice cream sandwich used for anything other than science is the question. Our best possible modules. In the matter annihilation. Oh, right. So matter annihilation was for the antimatter power, which seemed to be really, really powerful. Granted, we're spending matter and antimatter to produce power, which I don't know if I want to do it. It's a whole different path, because if we go down this path, it's only 600 versus the 9,600 we need for our WinCon. But maybe it's worth it. If we can juice the living heck out of our stuff, particularly with those prod mods and whatnot, it might be worth it. I can see value in it. We'll debate it. Let's make a few notes for ourselves here, because I think I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. So I'm going to just make a note here. It doesn't have to go here specifically, but final science will go here. Doesn't necessarily have to go in that exact spot, but just the idea, because everything is coming around here already. We'll do antimatter power question mark here. I'm really not sure about that. The quantum entanglement one is interesting, but assuming that our goal is just the answer to the universe and everything, which I got a funny feeling I know the answer already. But if this is our goal, because we've stockpiled so many, there's not much of a reason for us to effectively take a quarter of the time of our goal getting partial match. If we were going like Mega Base or something, I could see it. But these are the final 3 researches I can see. Nothing else unlocks more or anything. I guess final 4. Also the modules. It's a shame the overcharge ones don't have like a really cool effect to them. Not that they should or anything for the record. It would just be interesting if they did, since they're such a pain to make. You have to go through so many layers and layers and layers of chances. Oh, interesting. It's just basic antimatter units to run them. Cool. All right. Well, those are the things we'll work on. We'll have to think about them and whatnot. I think we're in pretty good shape overall. We made good progress. This was certainly one of the more fun things to set up. It looks really cool on the map. I wish I could see more of it when zoomed in, but unfortunately it's just so heckin' long. Took a long time, but it works, and that's the important thing. I guess we'll just set it so... I'm gonna just put out a constant combinator here. Put down a radar, which I think I put into storage, so we'll just call for a bot to put down a radar. I'm gonna hook this into the radar, and I'm gonna just have this put out a signal for ice cream sandwiches. So it's gonna put out a signal for 1 ice cream sandwich. I think those go red into the train stops, don't they? Or am I mistaken? They do go red. Yes, perfect. And then I'm going to just quickly set up that one last thing I want to get done, which is grab the train. We're going to add a logic for this, and we're just going to make it so that if delicious ice cream sandwich equals 1, then you'll come down here. It basically won't ever, but it will show up on occasion if there's nothing to do and it's been successfully running. But cool, that was a fun session. We're getting close to the end game now. If nothing else, we see the final tech, but I still think there's plenty of work to do. I think there's still a few streams. I don't think this is just going to be one. The more things we scale up, the quicker we can reach the end. Plus, it's fun to do, so we'll revisit older builds and stuff and hopefully improve on them and make things a lot faster. Granted, we could also just like set it and kind of forget it for a long time, but I don't really want to do that. I think it'll be way more fun to work on things and improve them. Either way, hopefully you had fun. I had a lovely time. We're not doing Factorio tomorrow. We're doing A Bat to the Heavens. No idea how close we're to the end of that game, but surely we're making progress on it. And then on Friday, we'll be doing Final Fantasy Friday. So thanks for stopping in. We'll see you next time, and bye for now. More Factorio on Monday. Bye, 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 bye.